staying in overtime?
No problem.
You.
Nothing.
How about a commercial?
No.
Know a hero in our community? Email us at hero@news10.net.
You're watching ESPN on ABC, home of the 2010 Rose Bowl game and the City BCS National Championship game.
Early trouble for SC and Cal. The Bears were undefeated but went to Eugene and lost to the Ducks by 39. Headlines on Sunday read, Ducks make Bears look daffy. And is Cal not what it's quacked up to be? For Southern Cal, they defeated Ohio State on the road, and then a week later, inexplicably, loses to Washington in their first conference game. Now Javid Best of Cal, one of the most prolific runners in the nation, has to figure out how to move against the nation's fifth best defense against the run. And for the Trojans, they have to wake up a rather sleepy and unpredictable offense. Although both have early losses, the Rose Bowl is not unreachable. But one more conference, and spending New Year's Day in Pasadena will be something to contemplate next season. This is Saturday Night Football, presented by Southwest Airlines. Tonight from Memorial Stadium in Berkeley, California, from the Pac-10 Conference, number 7, USC taking on number 24, the Cal Golden Bears. This is what happened in the Pac-10 today. Stanford is on top with a 3-0 record, and look at SC and Cal, both with an early season loss. Hi everybody, Ron Franklin, and welcome to Berkeley, California. Hard to believe, first week in October, and we have an elimination game. The reason for that, nobody has ever started off 0-2 in conference play and gone on to win the Pac-10. Nobody knows any more about the Pac-10 Conference than Shelley Smith, and we're very pleased to have her with us tonight down on the sideline. Shelley, addressed that situation, plus a dangerous event in the weight room at Southern Cal this week.
Well, Ron, you said it. This is the Pac-10, though, where everyone seems to knock everyone else off. And both coaches are downplaying the implications of this game, saying it's still early. As for the dangerous situation you're referring to, injured running back Stephon Johnson is watching this game from his hospital bed after suffering emergency throat surgery. And I just got a text message from him for his teammates saying, just play relaxed, fast, physical, and be who you are, and the game will find itself. Just come home with a W. Love you all. And Ron, almost everyone on the USC team is wearing number 13, his number, on their eye black.
Okay, Shelley, we look forward to hearing from you tonight. Thanks so much. Ed Cunningham, welcome once again. Let's talk about this offense for SC. Very unpredictable so far.
Yeah, when you have a freshman quarterback like Matt Berkeley, and then, of course, he had a shoulder injury. They weren't throwing the ball down the field very much. Started to last week a little bit against Washington State with Stephon Johnson out. You've got to expect that Joe McKnight becomes more of the guy. Now, of course, against Ohio State, he was the man in that last drive. But remember, it was Johnson who bounced the outside and got the winning touchdown. But expect a lot from McKnight out of the backfield and some inside the tackle runs tonight.
For Jeff Tedford, only way to put last week's 39-point loss, he was absolutely shocked.
As the team was as well. They talked about not letting this be like 07 where they went on a late season slide. And the guy that they're going to focus on also wears number 4, consequently, and that is Javid Best. This young man is as good as there is in the country, but struggled last week. I met up with Coach Tedford right before the game and asked him what it's going to take to get him going tonight against USC.
Well, we need to win up front, no question about it. You know, it's a big feat against these guys. They're great against the run, but we need to have our turn at the line of scrimmage. We need to be patient. We need to get after them up front.
Well, it's windy, but it is absolutely beautiful, and it is SC and Cal. Old friends, maybe not.
A work of art, a finely tuned machine, a sanctuary, a command center, a sophisticated sedan, a sports car. Nissan Maxima, the ultimate dual threat. Now get a new Nissan Maxima for 0% APR financing for 60 months. Nissan, proud partner of the Heisman Trophy.
Blackouts changed everything.
This Thursday.
How can I tell you about what I saw?
At 8/7 Central, television's most talked about new drama. ABC's Flash Forward. All new Thursday at 8/7 Central on ABC.
I'm a Big Mac.
I'm a Big Carl, and I've got almost a half pound of beef.
Well, I was born with a third bun.
Whoa, TMI, dude.
The Big Carl. Twice the meat as a Big Mac for less cash. New at Carl's Jr.
I got all the options. Sunroof, moonroof, satellite radio. You gotta have navigation, adjustable mirrors, MP3 jack. Make sure you're connected with all your latest downloads. So I like having all the options, which is of course why I love Chevron with Techron. It's not your standard equipment gas. I mean, no other gasoline has more cleaner than Chevron does.
No gasoline has more cleaning power than Chevron with Techron.
I think I broke it.
We have to go to Denny's right now. That everyday value slam looks so good.
Bacon, eggs, and pancakes for $3.99. Let's go.
Then again, I could go for a $4.99 everyday value lunch.
Okay, let's go.
Or maybe I want a $5.99 everyday value dinner.
Maybe you can decide in the car.
With Comcast, you get the most live sports anywhere. And when you order a qualified plan, we'll give you $150 cash back. Get the best HD picture quality and an all-star lineup of sports programming, including NFL Red Zone. Well, you'll catch every touchdown from every game every Sunday afternoon. Plus high-speed internet with 3,500 more live games on ESPN360.com with Comcast.net. With so much sports, you're going to need a bigger couch. Get the most live sports and $150 cash back. Hurry, offer ends October 11th.
Watch Friday Night Football Friday on News 10 at 11.
Welcome to the Nissan pregame shift. Nissan, proud partner of the Heisman Trophy. Here now, John Saunders and Jesse Palmer.
Starting the SEC, we're Les Miles at number 4 LSU taking on Georgia, but you can see they're down by 1 with under a minute to go until Charles Scott busts through for a touchdown.
Scott had 18 rushing touchdowns a year ago. He didn't have any coming into this game, but 2 big rushing scores would help LSU get this win late.
LSU has Florida next week. Alabama facing Kentucky. Mark Ingram, what a skilled runner. Look at the hesitation, and they busted up the middle.
204 yards rushing for Alabama on the day. The defense came up big again, forcing 4 big turnovers.
Michigan trying to remain unbeaten, but Mark D'Antonio's Michigan State squad says we might have them until Kate Fortier tied this game late in the 4th quarter. Then Larry Caper in overtime breaks his tackle.
Michigan came into the game leading the Big Ten in rushing yards. Michigan State defensively was huge. They held them to only 28 on the day.
Notre Dame with a comeback against Washington in overtime here. Robert Hughes from a yard out. And then Washington tries to answer back. Jake Locker, though, his pass to DeAndre Goodwin is incomplete. And the Fighting Irish hold on for the 37-30 win. UCLA against Stanford. UCLA unbeaten. Stanford unbeaten in the conference for Jim Harbaugh. Andrew Luck hands it off to Toby Gerhart. 10-yard touchdown run.
Great patience, great vision. He's such a tough runner. There's a reason he came into this game 3rd in the nation running the football. 3 big touchdowns on the day for Gerhart.
So Stanford's 3-0 in the Pac-10. Clearly the best team in the conference right now. Although USC and Cal might have something to say about that one.
Well, USC has been so good against the run this year. They're giving up less than 60 yards a game on the ground. In a win against Cal last year, they held Javid Best to only 30 yards rushing. Cal quarterback Kevin Riley needs to make big plays in the passing game when they're presented to him. Otherwise, Cal does not stand a chance. Both teams with a disappointing loss already this year. USC to Washington, and Oregon, of course, knocked off Cal a week ago in big-time fashion. We will see at halftime. Right now, let's join Ron Franklin.
Well, a great look as the sun prepares to set in the Bay Area. And we've had some absolutely gorgeous weather. How does the head coach for Southern Cal stay loose before the game? Pete gets out and throws a few passes. Javid Best having his knees and legs iced down. This is the 97th meeting between these two schools. They know each other well. And I was exaggerating when I said old friends, because they certainly are not. And the Cal Bears take the field. And let's go down to the sideline, and Shelley is with Pete Carroll. Shelley?
A lot of hearts and prayers are with Stephon Johnson tonight. How do you keep your team from being too emotional in this game?
Well, I'm hoping that we'll control that. We have a lot of emotion every time we go. This is a very unique week. A lot of drama, you know, with our guy. We love him so much, and we love that he's getting well and all that. And we hopefully are drawing from that. I know that's what he wants.
All right, and how do you stop Javid Best?
Well, we got to tackle him really well. There's a million things we have to do right, but we certainly have to tackle him.
All right, thanks so much.
Okay, Shelley, thanks so much. This has been the Nissan pregame shift. We'll be back with the opening kickoff after this.
You don't see all the 5,000 quality tests we put the Nissan Altima through. But you can see the result. The Nissan Altima, ranked highest mid-size car in initial quality by J.D. Power and Associates. Right now, lease a new Nissan Altima for just $199 a month or get $1,500 cash back. Look closer. Nissan delivers.
Gatorade. That's G.
Your number. It's the amount you need to have saved to retire the way you want. And lately, it seems your number is more at risk than ever. ING can help you find ways to protect your number while you work toward it. So your number can be there for you or your family later. Find your number and discover ways you can protect it at ingyournumber.com.
I've learned that hamburgers don't have to be round.
Rich, meaty chili can come from a pickup window.
A side of fries isn't the only way to serve potatoes.
One can enjoy a Frosty with either a spoon or a fry.
It's our 40th birthday celebration, so we're offering our chili, baked potato, Frosty, and double stack for 99 cents each for a limited time. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
Saturday Night Football presented by Southwest Airlines. It's USC taking on California from Berkeley. And as you look at that flag, it doesn't pay a total true question or true answer. It is supposed to gust between 30 and 35 miles an hour tonight. And we'll get Shelley in the first quarter here to talk a little bit more about the effect. SC has won the toss. They have deferred. They are kicking off with the wind and also putting Cal with their face into the sun. From the 3-yard line, Marine tries to break off a tackle at the 27-yard line, and they'll start off with very good field position. Well, time now for our quarterback profile. Kevin Riley, a junior out of Portland, Oregon.
Tough week last week up near his hometown in Eugene. A lot of that was about protection, though. They need to protect him early. Started throwing the ball a little early on his deep throws. They need to get Taylor Mays, the safety from USC, away from the line of scrimmage with some deep balls.
Well, you see USC crowding that line of scrimmage, and here's the reason why. They want to stop Javid Best, but Javid Best will take it for a gain of about 8 yards on the initial play from scrimmage. And let's take a look at the impact players. First of all, for the Golden Bears.
Duran Tucker is the man that they will try to get the deep ball to. Had a tough drop last week. Jeremy Ross, a guy that might burst onto the scene. The coaches say they hope he's the surprise of the game. And Sidquan Thompson, 4-year starter at cornerback, key in the passing game, defending USC.
Javid Best, and he was grabbed by the face mask by Wes Horton, and that is going to be a personal foul against the Trojans. And talk about what we are seeing defensively. That time they had 10 men in the box.
Well, that's exactly what and this is exactly what Cal saw last week. That there was just not a great block by Mike Tepper, the left tackle, but they catch a nice break because Horton, when he goes to finish it, got up on the face mask of Best.
So it's an automatic first down, and Cal will move the ball across midfield. They'll have it at the Trojan 49-yard line. This time, Javid Best at the top of your screen and get him out of the backfield. They throw over the middle to the tight end. 35-30, that's Anthony Miller. SC not looking for the tight end to be a receiver here, obviously, and it's a gain of 22 yards.
And if there's one place where you can take advantage of USC, is a little bit in the middle of the field. A really clean release that time by the tight end Miller. And chasing there is Everson Griffin, a defensive end who had coverage. Griffin just misread that, and I don't know how much coverage you want to be playing with a defensive end on a tight end. That was a bad coverage call by USC.
4 wide receivers. Riley, quick toss, got him open in the middle, and that's Marine inside the 10, and he's down to the SC 6-yard line. First and goal, Golden Bears.
21-yard pickup by Vereen, and this is the second non-traditional guy who's going to catch the ball in a row. The tight end before that time, Vereen, who was second on the team in catches last year, and right now new offensive coordinator Andy Ludwig working with head coach Jeff Tedford, of course, whose background is offense, calling a wonderful game.
Well, as we said, SC won the toss and elected to put Cal facing the sun and facing the wind. So far, Cal has not shown any ill effect. Javid Best to the 5. Taylor Mays makes the stop, and Ed, let's take a look at your game plan.
For Cal offensively, they must force Taylor Mays to cover, bring him down, make him get on a slot, and also cover deep down the field, get him away from the line of scrimmage. Patience with the inside runs, which we've already seen. They're pounding a little bit. You've got to soften the belly of USC, and for USC, close those cutbacks, because that's where Javid Best comes. That time, Taylor Mays did a nice job coming off of the edge, and Best could not cut back to where he was coming from.
Second down and goal. Riley steps up and lobs it over the middle. Ball is tipped, but caught out of bounds. It'll be third down and goal.
Well, that was a really nice job by Chris Gallipo. You lose so many great linebackers last year. A couple of first-rounders in Brian Cushing, Clay Matthews, a second-rounder, and Ray Malaluga. And this young man who's had 2 back surgeries, his career was in question, had the huge interception at Ohio State. That was a nice tap by him for what would have been an easy touchdown.
Bo Swinney, you could see him signaling in the offensive play from the sidelines. Third down. Riley looks to the left, nothing there. Now rolling, throws back into the end zone. It is intercepted. That's Taylor Mays.
First interception of the season for Taylor Mays, and just not a good throw at all by Riley. Rolling to his right. You cannot throw that back of field with a free safety like Mays hanging back there. This guy's a 2-time All-American. You don't want to, even though he has a bad knee, he's not quite 100%, you don't want to test him too much.
So SC quickly comes out on the field with their offense. What a huge job by their defense. Berkeley at quarterback. Joe McKnight is the tailback. McKnight, little jump start, going to be hit at the line of scrimmage, and he'll be knocked down for maybe a gain of 1.
And a guy who's played a lot of football, even though he's just a junior. As the pocket breaks down, nobody open, good coverage down the field as he rolls right. You just have to know there's a trailer. And if you're going to throw that ball, you certainly can't loft it. He had to loft it because there's people in front of him. Just throw it out of the back of the end zone, because you know that white shirts are trailing. And number 2's a pretty good trailer.
Do you see what he said? He held up a 1-3 saying, and I love you. He's sending a message to Stephon Johnson in the hospital. Pass, far sideline. That's going to be well overthrown. Butler, the intended receiver. So let's take a look at the quarterback profile. And obviously, you know, Berkeley is revved up just like everybody else is in this stadium.
Yeah, and it was that Ohio State game, of course, where he took a hit on his right shoulder. landed awkwardly on it, bruised it. Did not play against Washington in that loss. Came back against Washington State, played pretty well. They opened up the playbook, let him throw it downfield. Let's see how many balls they're starting to give him. That shoulder getting healthy. How many balls beyond 15, 20 yards we'll start to see as this season progresses.
Cal crowding the line of scrimmage. Third down. They need to take it to the 30. Barkley steps up over the middle, has a man open, gets it to the tight end McCoy, and McCoy breaks a tackle at the 45 and will take it across midfield to the 48-yard line. It's a gain of 31 yards.
Terrific offensive line protection. There's McCoy inside. A guy at 250 pounds can really run. He spins around Saquon Thompson. That's a smaller man covering, but you figure Thompson would be able to cover an all Pac-10 type corner. But it was a nice read by Barkley as well.
Rhett Ellison, backup tight end. Great block as he got his buddy, another tight end, about 6 more yards in the play. McKnight gets by one tackler, pushed out of bounds at around the 45-yard line. Let's take a look at the impact players for the Trojans.
Well, for USC, Damian Williams, transfer from Arkansas, so smooth in the open field. Watch them to use him on some screens. Tyron Smith, the guy's just a sophomore, and I know everyone else talks about the rest of this offensive line. This guy jumped off of film to me. He's a future All-American. And Drell Casey, defensive tackle, short guy, very quick, very disruptive in the middle.
Second down. Again, McKnight, the lone setback. They fake it to him and dumps it off, and that is to the tight end McCoy. And McCoy's going to be close to the first down. In fact, he might have it.
You get the sense that USC may have watched the Oregon tape last week because, of course, Ed Dixon, the tight end from Oregon, even though these are two totally different offenses, Oregon runs more of a spread, USC more of a standard I formation type of team, but Ed Dixon just tore Cal to shreds. 11 catches, 3 touchdowns, and right now McCoy seems to be wide open every play.
Look who's coming into the ball game, and somebody you really have to account for. A fullback by the name of Havili, and he is number 2 in receiving on this SC team. Don't forget where he goes. He'll burn you. Catches the ball extremely well. They fake it to him. Handoff. McKnight, big opening, has 5, has 10. He's off. At the 10, at the 5, dives for the end zone, and they say he is out of bounds at around the 1.5-yard line. Josh Hill finally stopped him. It's a gain of 37.
Well, Havili goes to lead it up on the linebacker, and the linebacker just totally fell down. That was Devin Bishop. He went to the inside, and Havili didn't have to block him. He took himself totally out of the play. Woo, awfully close. I don't think he stepped out of bounds, and I think that's a touchdown.
Now the hand can go down.
Yep.
The hand can go down. That does not mean you are down.
Nice finish by Joe McKnight on that run.
Whoa. Shows a super amount of athletic ability, huh?
And he's a young man that everyone came in, and unfortunately he got the label the next Reggie Bush, which is just unfair to do to anybody. But he comes all the way from Louisiana, had some problems off the field, had some academic issues, but he's really grown up. He became a father during the offseason. They said he's really gotten focused, and nice job finishing the run. I don't see him go out of bounds, so I think this is going to be a touchdown.
Well, but actually, Ed, I think they're saying his knee was down at around the 2. His knee doesn't go down until the ball goes across. I don't believe, anyway. See, the hand goes down. That's legal.
That's touchdown.
And he has possession of the football as he goes in.
Nice finish.
So we'll take a timeout. No score, but the Trojans are threatening.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
With Southwest Airlines Business Select, you fly through security and you're automatically one of the first aboard.
I'm gonna go behind here. I'm gonna join you. I like the back. Nice row. I'm gonna
just upgrade your fully refundable anytime fare for $25 or less.
This is nice back here, man. You should check it out. I see what you mean. You know what I'm saying?
And since you're one of the first aboard,
got the window.
You can sit wherever you want.
I can't make up my mind.
Have fun.
I look really good in aisle seats.
Grab your bag. It's on.
This is my small business specialist, Tara. I know landscaping, but I didn't know how wireless could help my business.
I just don't know how wireless can help my business.
Tara showed me how I could keep track of my employees in the field and get more jobs done faster. I was blown away. I'm blown away.
Only Verizon Wireless has small business specialists in every store to help you do business better.
We should get you a hat.
Now buy any BlackBerry like the new Tor at our lowest prices ever and get one free.
Re-envisioned. Reorganized. Reactivated. All designed to reignite the soul. The all-new 2010 SRX. The Cadillac of crossovers.
I'm a shrimp blogger. I've traveled 7 continents just to find the perfect prawn. The legendary Hercules shrimp? Flogged it, then I ate it. But when word came in that Taco Bell had Pacific shrimp tacos with 6 succulent shrimp marinated in a water full of spices, now that was something to blog about.
So, was it worth the trip?
Này ngon lắm ạ.
The new Pacific shrimp taco, only at Taco Bell.
ABC Sunday.
Hey, what you doing? Nothing.
There's all kinds of action on Wisteria Lane.
We bought some beer.
Can I borrow your mace? My tax dollars pay for it. I should get to use it.
ABC's Desperate Housewives, all new Sunday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
College football in high definition is presented by Vizio.
We are changing the ruling to a touchdown. Runner is not short of the goal line inbounds.
So 6-0. The Trojans extra point attempt. Cognan hits it right down the middle. And a little bit of a shock here at the Memorial Stadium because Cal had rushed this football, had taken it down the field with authority. And in an interception in the back of the end zone, and this place went quiet when SC scored.
And Kevin Riley coming into the game hadn't thrown a pick in 115 attempts, and that was just a bad decision by him. Now the question is, can Kevin Riley come back? Because that first drive, they got a little help from that penalty on Horton, but then you're right, they hit the tight end, they hit Vereen, they moved it right down the field. Can't let that momentum turn this early. What a flop of momentum for Cal.
Shelley, let's go down to the sideline. What is the wind doing exactly?
Well, that's a good question. It's very gusty. You cannot read it. It goes one way and then it goes the other way. Both teams are having a little bit of issue with it, but not much. It's just very gusty and unpredictable.
Shelley, it appeared during warm-ups that from our left to right, it was easier for the punters and the place kickers. The other direction, the punts particularly, really got held up. Does it feel like that down there?
Yeah, it's hard to tell because it keeps changing. And the only reason I know this is because I can see little things swirling down on the field.
Well, the ball,
including the ball.
Yeah, the ball is just blown off the tee. We might wind up with a situation like the stadium in Honolulu that we do games at from time to time. The kids put so much paper out at the time the game's over, you can tell there are little tornadoes all around the field with the paper going in circles.
And the key for kickers and punters is to make sure it's just like a golfer when you look at the trees. Where's the ball going to go? Where's it going to end up? Its top trajectory, and what's the wind doing up there?
See, this is a help to the kickoff. It's going to go 4 yards deep. Vereen says, nope, we're not going to go there. Well, fresh from another legendary victory, Brett Favre is determined to take down his old team, Green Bay. Or will Aaron Rodgers steal the spotlight and establish a new era? ESPN's Monday Night Football, Packers and Vikings, 8:30 Eastern. Coverage begins with Monday Night Countdown, served by Applebee's at 7 Eastern.
Of course, Aaron Rodgers was a Cal Golden Bear. Had some wonderful games against USC and took over for Brett Favre. And I think has done a great job in what was an incredibly difficult situation on and off the field.
Well, he throws deep, got his man at the 40-yard line, and it's going to be a first down with Marvin Jones on the receiving end. Interesting pattern in the fact they rolled Javid Best out and looked as though they might throw to him and then threw it to the deeper Marvin Jones.
And Marvin Jones, a young man that, remember last year we were here for the Michigan State game and the coaches were talking about how excited they were about him. And but he ended up having a sprained knee. And those types of throws will start opening things up for Javid Best because the safeties are going to start backing up some.
Direct snap. Best, near side, 45, and then out of bounds at around the 47. Every team has a different call for this formation, but it's the same thing we're seeing all over the country, where a very prolific tailback runner lines up directly behind the center, takes the snap, and either goes student body left or right.
And where this offense, where it starts to become really dangerous, because all this is an off tackle. It's all this is. It's a toss sweep off tackle. Where it gets dangerous is if the running back can throw it like Darren McFadden used to be able to do at Arkansas when this thing really became popular.
This time Riley is under center, no shotgun. Here comes pressure, scrambling, dumps it off to Bess. He caught it, but he caught it out of bounds just across the 50-yard line. Heavy pressure by Jarrell Casey, one of the young men that you talked about as far as impact players for the Trojans.
And now if you're Mr. Casey in the defensive line for USC, you know how good, it's 3rd and 4, you know how good Javid Best is in open space. So now if you're a defensive lineman, you're thinking maybe they're going to try a screen. Maybe they'll let me run by the guy that's trying to block me, and then I've got to turn and go the other way. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a screen to number 4.
3rd down. Line to make is just across midfield. They need to take it to the Golden Bear 49-yard line. Swings it out of the backfield to Best, makes the catch, and because the ball was thrown behind him instead of in front of him, did not have time to be headed on downfield as he would want to be. So now it's going to be punting time. Shane Horton making the tackle.
And a wonderful kicker, Brian Anger for Cal, was a semifinalist for the Ray Guy Award. He's into the win. So you hate to say this, but you cannot get a ton of loft on this ball, or you could end up with a short kick.
Anger waits to receive the snap at the 32. Williams out of Springdale, Arkansas. Back to receive a very high and wobbly kick. Calls for the fair catch and does a great job of gathering it in at the 14-yard line. So let's take a break. 40-yard kick. Trojans on top, 7-0.
People think that Honda is always the most fuel-efficient choice. Well, the Chevy Cobalt XFE has better highway mileage than a comparable Honda Civic. The all-new Chevy Equinox has better mileage than Honda CR-V, and Chevy Malibu has better mileage than Accord. However, Honda does make something that we just can't compete with. It's self-propelled.
Introducing the 60-day satisfaction guarantee. Buy a new Chevy, and if you don't love it, we'll take it back.
Shine, shine, shine on. Your life has more than one dimension. So should your beer. Michelob Ultra, with just 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories. It's not just a great tasting choice, it's a smart one. Live life to the ultra.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
My dad smiles a lot.
2, 3. We think alike.
Even when he thought he might lose his job.
Now let me get back to work.
All right, I'll catch you later. He says he doesn't think about it much. But I don't believe him. I think he does it for us. Sometimes doing the right thing is just making people happy.
Saturday Night Football on ABC. Presented by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Chevy. And Liberty Mutual Insurance. Responsibility. What's your policy?
Well, you think it's not a beautiful day here at Berkeley. This was shot earlier today. The Trojans taking on the Golden Bears in men's water polo. And the final score, SC won it 8-6. So a lot of activities going on this weekend. This is a rivalry regardless. You talk about football, water polo, or anything. They really don't care for each other. Bradford in the ball game at tailback, replacing McKnight. Pass goes far sideline and left alone to make the reception, and that is Havili. And Havili They thought, I guess, that he had stepped out of bounds, but he did not. And the young man that we talked about on the last series, the second leading receiver for the Trojans, just went 56 yards with a gigantic first down.
Well, how often can you put your fullback out at a receiver spot? It was a one-back, so if you're Cal, you think, okay, the fullback's in, it's going to be a two-back I formation. But they walk him away. It just, when you have a guy who can do that, it makes it so hard for the defense to know what personnel you're in, what type of plays you're going to run.
Bradford gets the handoff, takes it right up the middle. Going to be a gain of about 4 yards, and that will be it. You just joined us, 7-0. The Trojans on top, and we play with 7:20 left in this opening quarter.
And what you missed was an interception by Taylor Mays, where Cal went right down the field on their first drive, and it flopped the score. It looked like Cal was going to get at least 3. USC goes down, and then Cal came back out on offense run, and they didn't answer. And now they put their defense right back out there. Havili hits a big one for early on for Cal, not starting the way they need it.
This time an empty backfield. Berkeley gets the snap and throws the intermediate route complete to Williams. Damian turns it up and is going to take it for a first down and out of bounds at around the 17-yard line. Matt Weinert, let's check in with you in New York.
Thank you, Ron. I'll be here in Times Square all night long, keeping you up to date on what's happening not only in Miami, but all across the nation.
Including Cowboys Stadium tonight, where Texas A&M and Arkansas hook up off the play action. That's Ryan Mallett to DeAnthony Curtis. Second of the night, 14-10 there on ESPN2. Auburn leading at Tennessee. That game on ESPN right now.
Okay, Matt. First down Trojans. They have the ball inside the 20-yard line. Barkley throws for the end zone. Williams, pass was thrown behind him, and if he throws it where it should have been, that is a touchdown for Williams and the Trojans.
And Barkley immediately started clapping his hands, meaning he knows he missed it. Had a touchdown, and his shoulder looks good. By the way, that ball had plenty of zip on it, so you're starting to maybe think that shoulder's getting close to 100%.
Coming into the stadium, I ran into Williams' parents, and they are giddy. They are so happy with the success that he has had at Southern Cal, and we're really excited about this ball game tonight. Springdale, Arkansas is where they hail from. Second down and 10. That's McCoy, the big tight end, who comes in motion, and they go straight ahead with the handoff, and it's going to be Bradford again, this time to the 11.
Well, against Ohio State, Matt Barkley gets sacked. This looks a lot like the Sam Bradford. Watch when he falls and his elbow jams into the turf, and he got a bone bruise and could not go the next week against Washington. Aaron Cork went. The offense did not play well. Ton of turnovers in that game, and they lost. But it's starting to look like he's back to 100%. He was not quite there against Washington State, but he does look that way this afternoon and evening.
Third down. Line to make, the 7 of Cal. Barkley keeps it on the ground. Bradford bounces it outside, going to have the first down. And here comes a late flag in, and that could be offensive holding.
Yeah, they're going to get Blake Ailes, the tight end on that side. He just didn't quite let go. He was working against Michael Kendricks, the outside linebacker. And just he'd come in motion, just didn't quite let go in time. Good a break for Cal here.
Holding on the offense, number 88. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Still third down.
And the thing you have to know, as the ball's coming your way, you can feel the defensive guy trying to get away from you. At some point, excellent block there, hands inside, but right there the left arm stops the progress. You just have to know it's a little bit of an art. You've got to know when that back's right on behind you and then just let go. Usually the back can get that edge.
Joe McKnight comes back into the ballgame, and he is slot to the left side. This time Barkley goes under center as McKnight resets, and they throw it to McKnight. Stiff arms one, gets by a second, still on his feet, and takes it all the way to the 10-yard line. It's going to be fourth down at about 3 yards before Isep makes the tackle, but he put him in much better field goal position.
And I like the call by Jeremy Bates, the new play caller, of course, replacing Steve Sarkisian, who went on to be the head coach at Washington. You get a guy, you put him out, you bring him back into the backfield and almost pick up the first down.
28 yards is the attempt. You see the numbers on Conklin. Kick is up, and he's got it. So let's take a timeout. New score, SC 10-0 at the 4:43 mark.
Ready? Go get it.
Don!
What? We don't need these minutes anymore. We got that calling circle thing everybody else has.
It's AT&T's A-List, Don, and it's not the same. We get unlimited calls to any 10 people on any network. But unlike everyone else, the minutes we save, we keep.
So
why save minutes with your calling circle if they just expire at the end of the month? You're using that one.
Introducing A-List with rollover. Unlimited calling to any 10 numbers on any network and keep the minutes you save. Only from AT&T.
Garth, you're up.
Hold on, I'm at CapitalOne.com picking a photo for my credit card. Here's one from my prom. Oh, what memories.
How about one from our golf outing?
I know. Maybe one of my firstborn's son.
Dad, Mom says the boys gotta go.
Personalize your card by uploading your own photo at CapitalOne.com.
What's in your wallet?
When I think of value, I think of something that's going to last. Something that's priced right. I think of Wrangler. Always have.
For unbeatable comfort and value, you can count on Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Built comfortable with a relaxed fit. Priced right for a great value.
You can pay more, but you won't get more.
Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
It's Chevy Truck Month, and that means full-size deals on full-size trucks. Like Silverado, backed by America's best coverage. And with the lowest cost of ownership of any full-size pickup, it's America's best value, too. Now, during Chevy Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months or $6,000 total cash back on select 2009 Silverado vehicles in stock. See your local Chevy dealer.
Ashley Tisdale joins Extreme Makeover Home Edition, all new ABC Sunday.
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
Welcome back to Berkeley, California. 97th meeting between these two teams. Neither team has played somebody else more than they have each other. Look at Barkley on the sideline, and he seems very cool, calm, and collected.
We were watching him during the break. He actually yawned. sorry to keep you up.
All right, Brendan. Ball is muffed at the goal line. Picked up. Vereen. And Vereen then gets taken down really hard at the 13-yard line. Now let's take a look at tonight's Southwest Airlines playbook.
Well, you hear people talk all the time about the ground that Taylor Mays can cover. On the interception, he's lined up dead in the middle of the field. He's actually going to go to his right as he starts to read the quarterback who's looking right. And then when Riley breaks, he goes all the way back across the field. Not a good throw by Riley, however. That's when they say playing center field. That's why everyone's so excited about Taylor Mays and his future in the NFL. That's an awful lot of ground, and with a knee that's not quite 100% that he sprained against Ohio State.
That's Jones in motion. Riley rolls the pocket, still looking and just going to throw this one away. And that was Jarrell Casey again applying so much pressure. Back to the touchdown. I told you during the break, one of my absolute pet peeves is don't jump up and down in the end zone waving, because you're not only alerting the quarterback, you might alert that defensive back who felt like he had blown the coverage.
Yeah, if you're Taylor Mays and you see in your peripheral guy waving his arms, that's probably the guy you should run towards, I would think. A little fear here, I think, if you're a Cal fan. Such a bad week offensively against Oregon last week. Nice drive, turnover. Will they start to fall back and think, oh no, here we go again? Was that a one and done, or can they get over it?
Second down and 10, Ed. They give it to Best, and he is going to go for very short yardage. It's going to be third down and long.
And of course, when quarterback comes over, Jeremy Bates, the first-year play caller. He is the quarterback's coach and play caller, assistant head coach in charge of the offense. He's a very cerebral guy, a little different than what they've had in the past. Steve Sarkisian, of course, a very gregarious guy. Been taking some heat. They want him to open up the offense a little bit. And, of course, as Barkley gets healthy and more into the offense, you suspect that he will.
From the shotgun, third down, pass over the middle, and it is too tall.
Well, that's just, I think Riley is shaken right now. The coaches talked about last week the bad start that they had offensively. Not his fault against Oregon. There wasn't very good protection. He got nailed on the first play of the game and fumbled. And right now, Riley just does not look very smooth and confident.
Well, let's see if Andrew can come up with a good one here. He's going to have to. Otherwise, the Trojans are going to take over with excellent field position. Damian Williams is the deep man standing at the at his own 45-yard line. Heavy pressure. This is a really good coverage kick. Very high and long. And Williams makes the fair catch at the 39. Well, let's take a look at the Pac-10 today after that 45-yard boot.
Unbelievable. Stanford right across the bay jumps out to 3-0 in conference. Oregon State looking to go to 3-2 instead of 2-3, which they've been how many years in a row now. And Notre Dame pulls out.
How fortunate has Notre Dame been? They have to win in overtime over the Huskies today, who what I saw I thought deserved to win the football game.
Well, they don't call it the bad luck of the Irish.
First down from the 39. Barkley play action, looking up the far sideline and has it complete just short of the first down, and that's Damian Williams on a receiving end. Ed, we have not done the game plan that you set up for SC yet.
Well, we've already started to see some of this go. Move McKnight around. That was a great job. He was out at receiver, came back at running back. They ran the screen that almost got the first down. Play action and short yardage. They've struggled a bit in short yardage. Just get the guys down the line of scrimmage. See if you can't get Williams going. And for Cal, change your looks late. You have a young quarterback. If you want to play man, show zone, but change late. See if you can't get a couple of picks off this young guy who will throw them occasionally.
Straight up the middle, McKnight going to have the first down and then gets tussled down as he crosses midfield. They still have got 3 minutes and 16 seconds to work with the wind behind him, and the good thing if you're SC when you take it over, you're not only going to have the wind in your face, but now the shadows have they will have completely covered the field. Cal had to deal with that as well, but they also did well in that opening drive. It just came away with nothing. Barkley short drop this time. Under pressure, going to be sacked. First time this evening, Alou. Matt Wider in New York, you have an update on the Sooners and the Canes.
That's right, Ron. Taco Bell update from Miami. As you know, Sam Bradford did not even dress tonight. It's Landry Jones all the way, and he finds Cameron Kinney here. 16 yards on the touchdown, and Oklahoma has got the jump on the Canes, 7-0.
Okay, Matt. Interesting about Sam, and quite frankly, I'm glad that they didn't even dress him tonight. No sense in pushing that issue.
Well, especially if Landry Jones gets hurt. You know how competitive Bradford is. You don't want to mess with that.
Quick out pass. That's Williams. 45-50. 45 and down the sideline at the 40. And here comes a late flag in. That's from the field judge. Looked like Osbury may have gotten some shirt as they came down the field.
Well, he definitely got a down the field pancake block. He's a big guy at 200. Yep. You know, it looked from up here, it looked clean. It looked to me like Osbury had his hands inside. But could have been wrong. The officials are obviously a little closer than we are to the action. Well, I still think that was a clean block. I'm not quite sure.
The interesting thing about Williams and what is fun to watch about him, he is so fluid. He catches the ball. How many guys do you see that leave too quickly before the ball gets there, whether it's in his hands or in his body?
He's way quicker than he looks because he's so smooth. I think it's very deceiving.
Too tight in alignment, and McKnight is going to take this to around the 39-yard line. It'll be third and very short. And the thing that SC is doing, they don't care if it maybe is a little boring for their fans or not. They're eating up the clock here. They're going to run out the clock here very shortly in this opening quarter.
And I think right now you've got a great opportunity. I think you're in 4-down territory. You've established the run, maybe a play action. Barkley drops back and take one, because I think from here you would go for it on 4th down. You're between a punt and a field goal yard line.
Bradford in the ball game, a tailback. And they give it to Bradford. Abili blocking for him. He's not going to have the first down. Going to be 4th, and we'll see if Pete Carroll is on the same page that you are, and if he is going to go for it on 4th down.
And USC has really struggled in short yardage, so that's why I was a little surprised there. If you're going to go for it on 4th, you don't try the play action.
Well, with Johnson being out after the injury, he leads the Trojans with 5 touchdowns. And, of course, they don't have his services for red zone or short yardage like this.
Watch a fake to the right and the quarterback rolling to his left. They like to move him out of the pocket.
It's McCoy in motion. And they go straight ahead. Bradford, boy, he is not going to have it. Hello, defense, and a wonderful job on the part of the Golden Bears. I think Brett Johnson, number 25, was the first man to come across and make contact.
And this is what the USC fans have got a little concerned about with the conservative calls of Jeremy Bates early in the season. And that was just complete domination at the point of attack by Tyson Alualu, going against a really fine tackle in Tyron Smith. He just blows him into the backfield, and everybody else close around it. But 2 very conservative calls in a row by Jeremy Bates, I'm sure has some folks back in LA scratching their heads.
Well, not only credit for Brett Johnson, but also for Derek Hill, the big fella out of Oakland, the junior, was the man who was at the bottom of the stack. Best. They give it to him, and they're going to double the reverse. This is Jeremy Ross, and I mean SC just stayed at home like this game was at the Coliseum. Wow. That's the end of the first quarter. SC 10-0. Let's take a timeout.
Reimagined, re-inspired, reinvigorated, all designed to reignite the soul. The all-new 2010 SRX, the Cadillac of crossovers.
Enterprise, hi, I'm at the repair shop. I need to rent a car.
Enterprise will arrange to pick you up,
This is great.
drive you to our place, and get you on your way. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Blackout's changed everything.
This Thursday
How can I tell you about what I saw?
at 8/7 Central, television's most talked about new drama. ABC's Flash Forward. All new Thursday at 8/7 Central on ABC.
It is Drive Without a Cell Phone Distraction Week. What's the craziest thing you've ever done behind the wheel or seen behind the wheel? Join the conversation on News 10 Good Morning.
With Comcast, you get the most live sports anywhere. And when you order a qualified plan, we'll give you $150 cash back. Get the best HD picture quality and an all-star lineup of sports programming, including NFL Red Zone. Well, you'll catch every touchdown from every game every Sunday afternoon. Plus high-speed internet with 3,500 more live games on ESPN360.com with Comcast.net. With so much sports, you're going to need a bigger couch. Get the most live sports and $150 cash back. Hurry. Offer ends October 11th.
The greatest film saga of all time and the greatest film music ever composed come together in a spectacular live event. Star Wars in concert. A full symphony orchestra. Massive high-def screens. Original movie props. Relive the saga as never before. Reserve seat tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Know a hero in our community? Email us at hero@news10.net.
And when you're back, as you look at the Golden Gate to the left as we pan forward, the Bay Bridge, and it's a beautiful, beautiful day, but it is also very, very windy. But neither team has really allowed it to affect them. And right now, Cal, with their 4th offensive possession, needs to get something going. Quick out pass, and they got that one to Jones, and here comes a deep flag. And, well, we'll just wait and see. Kevin Thomas made the tackle for the Trojans.
This is a rule that they tweaked a couple of weeks ago, and Verran Tucker goes in to cut block a defensive back, but he's moving back towards the middle of the field. That's exactly what the official is describing. That was the right call. Even though you used to be able to go back and it's like a crack block, even though it's away from the line of scrimmage, you can't be moving back towards the middle of the field and block a defender below the waist. I think it's a very good rule for the safety of the lower legs of defensive backs.
Well, you could see, I mean, Jeff was asking, he wasn't fussing, he was asking for his own edification. And, I mean, boy, that's costly. As you look now, this penalty, it was from the spot of the foul, and it moves it back to the 30-yard line, so they've got almost 20 yards for a first.
And you just, again, if you're Cal, with what happened last week up in Eugene, and Tedford's still trying to lobby over there, but I think it was the right call. Tucker was moving back towards the middle of the field when he threw the cut block, but as bad as things were last week in Eugene, they just missed a ton of blocks. They made mistakes. Verran Tucker dropped what looked like a sure touchdown, got a taunting penalty in the end zone, which resulted in a missed field goal. All of this stuff. Well, I think they're going to go look at this film and maybe have a little bit of an argument. I thought Tucker moved a little more. I thought the defensive back was lined up further to the inside. And he's working one-on-one with Kevin Thomas. I think Tedford may have a beef there.
Well, I agree with you because the defensive back is
lined
initiated. Yeah, and he's the one moving back inside, trying to get away from the block. And the blocker had.
Yeah, that rule is for when the offensive player gets a run towards the middle of the field. That was the defensive back Thomas lined up right on Tucker. I'm not sure that was the right call.
It's Vereen in motion. Riley going to hold on to it, now delivers it and just throws it away. Just before he stepped out of bounds so that they would not lose any more yardage. And it's going to be still a distance to pick up the first. They've got to go all the way out to the 49-yard line. And Jeff Tedford, you know, to his credit, he could have gotten really angry on that play, but he didn't. You know, he was a diplomat. Yep. He was really angry when the official moved away because, doggone it, you know, my diplomacy didn't work.
No. And when I first saw it, it looked like it was the right call, but in review, I don't believe it was.
Third down. Again, it's Vereen in motion. This time to the short side of the field. Got a man over the middle, and a little bit of a misunderstanding with Tucker as he pulled up and the ball was thrown like he was going to run a post.
And the Cal fans getting a little restless, and I don't blame them. After what they saw, if they traveled up to Eugene last week or watched on television, starting to wonder, when is this offense going to get back on track? That was Tucker and Riley having just a total miscommunication. Tucker was running a stop just short of the sticks, and Riley was throwing a fade.
Well, this is the third punt. The other drive that they had ended in an interception in the end zone. Here's the boot with the wind. Low driving spiral, very returnable by Williams. 40, 45, one man to beat. Williams is shoved from behind, dives for the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans. "41 yards in the kick, 66 on the return."
A low kick by Anger sets this up, but watch when Damian Williams, he's going to jump in the air right there, and then as soon as his foot hits the ground, he makes a cut. There's just no way They're going to review and see, but let's see. He's tight roping, fighting.
Yeah, he stepped out of bounds at the 4.5-yard line. It sure looked like it.
Boy, awfully close. But what a spectacular move he threw on Anthony Miller. There's no way Miller could have thought that Damian Williams is going to jump in the air and plant and make a move the other way.
That one right there.
Yep. Awfully close.
4.5-yard line. He's very close. But the special teams is going to have to go to the sideline, I think. Anger, the punter, is the man who got just enough of a hand on him to force him to lose his balance.
And it's the line judge has to watch the plane, and it's the trailing side judge who has to see the foot. He was far enough behind Williams that I don't think he had a very good angle on it, and one reason why I'm glad that we have review in college football now. Because it's not a gimme that they're going to score. Last week against Washington State, end of the game, granted most of the second string offensive line was in, but they had 3 runs from inside the 2 and didn't get it in. So call it about the 3.5 maybe, where
4.5, I believe. Yeah, just inside the 5. Oh my goodness. Coach Tedford likes my version better.
Yeah, well, because your version is the correct version. His toe was on white.
So, extra point attempt coming up by Cogden, trying to make it a 17-0 ball game. SC. Right down the middle. Let's take a break. Trojans 17 points up.
Some airlines charge your bag up to $20 to ride in the bottom of the plane. In the dark. No peanuts or nothing. And then if your bag wants to bring one of its little bag friends for company, they can charge up to another $30. That's up to $100 round trip. Why do they hate your bags? At Southwest Airlines, bags fly free.
Grab your bag. It's on.
So here we are in the 4th quarter. No time left, and the touchdown is under review.
Hey, guys. What do you think?
We're not ready to go yet. Is there any way you can send this thing into overtime?
No problem.
I don't know what he was looking at, but we're going into overtime.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to be here.
This could finally end it. Unbelievable.
There are car radios. And then there is the voice recognizing, text out loud reading, turn-by-turn direction giving sync system in the all-new Taurus from Ford.
Please say a command.
Read message.
Highway 8 closed.
Update route.
Turn right on Silver Road.
We speak car. We speak innovation. Introducing the all-new Taurus from Ford. Drive one.
ABC Comedy Wednesday
Say cheese!
is officially the #1 new night for comedy.
Let's do it!
And Modern Family is the fall's best. ABC's Modern Family. All new Wednesday, 9/8 Central on ABC.
Buffalo Wild Wings presents the top 30 plays of the last 30 years. Number 24, punting late in a tied game versus Clemson. Florida State instead called Punt Ruski. The ball was snapped to up-back Dane Williams, who then slipped it between the legs of Leroy Butler. Butler rushed 78 yards to set up the game-winning field goal for the Seminoles, and the Punt Ruski was born. Follow the top 30 countdown all season long. Brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings.
Well, for you trivia buffs, how about this? Leroy Butler played 12 seasons in the NFL for the Packers. He never had another rushing play in his career. Be sure and see play number 23. It'll be revealed next Saturday at 3:30.
You know why he didn't have another rush? Bobby Bowden wasn't his head coach. He's come up with some of the greatest plays in college football history.
Hartman to kick it off, and you can see the wind holding this up just a little bit. This is Vereen from the 2. And Vereen will take it all the way back out to the 30-yard line. And Matt Weiner in New York. Let's check in with you.
All right, Ron, let's take a check of your primetime pulse. Auburn has a Ben Tate touchdown to extend their lead at Tennessee, 13-0 on ESPN. On ESPN2, Southwest rivals Texas A&M and Arkansas from Cowboy Stadium. The Hogs up by 2 touchdowns. And Jevin Snead has a pair of touchdown passes for Ole Miss. They lead at Vandy on ESPNU.
Okay, Matt, thanks so much. I would imagine that the Rebs have had some pretty hard-nosed workouts since that opening inauspicious beginning up in Columbia, South Carolina. Play action by Riley. Looking, pressure from the backside, got away from it, and now throws to a wide-open Marvin Jones just across midfield. Folks, until that play right there, it was 198-80 in total offense, and 66 for Cal had come on the opening drive. That's their best play since that opening drive.
And Kevin Riley did a nice job of avoiding pressure. Those were all deep routes. And Jones, the sophomore, came back, lost his man, and Riley made a nice throw that time. That time directly in the line that he was running, not back across the field where Taylor Mays may be hanging out.
Riley also did a nice job of avoiding one of those would-be tacklers. Gets by one here, the linebacker, and flips the ball out front, and Anthony Miller was not looking for what was almost a shovel pass. Very, very legal. Okay, let's go down again. Shelley Smith, what do you got for us?
Well, this Cal bench seems absolutely deflated. Even the student section seems shell-shocked by this turn of events. They're aching for some sort of offense, but there is nobody trying to rally the troops. There's no rah-rah, there's no clapping, there's barely anything going on here. You can tell that they're stunned. Ron?
Okay, Shelley, and boy, they have been noisy when they came out to the park today. The team was full of emotion, and that opening drive looked so good. And then to throw the interception, this pass right here, you got a man open to Jeremy Ross. You got to throw and hit an open receiver. And receivers have to start making play. This is not a perfect throw by Riley, but Ross also has to help him out a little bit. But, this is a place in Cal that has such a storied history, but some of it's been very bad. They have not been to the Rose Bowl since 1958, the longest drought in the conference. Of course, Arizona's never been, but they didn't join the conference till '78. And you get that feeling, a lot of the alums here like, oh no, here we go again. Thought we had a great team and get disappointed. 3rd down and 10, Ed. Riley got a man there, led him just a little too much. Ross, the intended receiver, and Kevin Thomas was the man who had the cover. The reason that Kevin is always on the field, very good bump and run man.
And that was pressure off the end. This is one of the best pass rushing teams in the country, the best in the Pac-10, USC. Very good on their end spots, and that Riley just got pressured on his right side and didn't get a clean release.
Now this is the 4th punt for the Golden Bears tonight. Damian Williams is back deep again. And boy, this is a sky kick. This is what he calls it. Not going to turn over, but very tough to gather in. And Damian did a nice job of making the catch. 17-0 Trojans.
All right, so there's pretty much 2 kinds of trucks in the world. Dumb trucks and smart trucks. Dumb trucks give you exactly what you expect. Brawn. Same old, same old. But a smart truck gives you brains, too. They'll connect you to the internet, help find lost tools, dial your cell phone, and recognize your voice. Know how many smart trucks there are? Just one. The Ford F-150. Your 2.5-ton office just got some new software. It's not just a pickup truck. It's a Ford F-150.
Great to see you back after that accident.
Well, I couldn't have gotten by without it.
Is that different than health insurance?
Well, yeah, Affleck pays you cash to help with the bills that health insurance doesn't cover.
Really?
Well, if you're hurt and can't work, who's going to help pay for gas, the mortgage, all kinds of expenses?
Affleck! It's the protection you need to help stay ahead of the game.
Exactly.
Affleck, we've got you under our wing.
Affleck, 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 Affleck.
Aflac.
Saturday Night Football on ABC, presented by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Ford. We speak car. We speak innovation. Introducing the all-new Taurus. Drive one. And Aflac. We've got you under our wing.
Diverta River triggered an earthquake facing Mars. Would you survive the journey? Well, all can be seen at the Lawrence Hall of Science with exciting experiences for all ages. And folks, not just any average Joe can do what that man there was doing. That's our Joe.
Joe Taylor goes out and shoots those pieces. Of course, put himself on the air. I don't blame him.
Barkley going to go long. Got single coverage up the far sideline. And it's going to be incomplete as Damian Williams was the intended receiver. Well, time now for our Aflac trivia question. Who was the last team to win the outright Pac-10 title other than USC?
It talks about the dominance of USC over the last several years when you make a trivia question like that, and it is hard to get. It's not easy because it's been so long. It's just unreal when you think of the dominance USC has had in this conference.
Second down at 10 again. It's McCoy, the tight end, in motion. And they throw the quick pass, have it complete, and Trayvon Patterson, a junior out of Long Beach, made the reception, and they moved the tight end on out there to block, but a nice job defensively by the Golden Bears. Eddie Young also defending on the play. He's the man that made the tackle.
And this defense, you know, everything goes together so much. And for Cal, of course, they did their part last week up in Oregon, but they need something here and just hope that the offense can come out and get something going.
This is as loud as the student section for Cal has been since that opening drive when they took it right down the field. Third down, line to make is the 26. Barkley puts air under it, caught by the tight end Ailes.
Well, this is a nice job of Barkley knowing what you have with Ailes. Ailes has good hands, and he's being trailed by the safety, Isef. So he knows he's got a bit of a size mismatch with Ailes at 6'5" and Isef at 5'11". Throw it to the outside. You don't have to try to overthrow it. That was a good throw by a true freshman.
Nobody is happier about the catch than Ailes because he had that holding call back in the first quarter, and he gets to go in at halftime and say, hey, coach, but running play going to go for nothing. Knocked down at the line of scrimmage, maybe a gain of 1. Well, let's give you an answer to this Aflac trivia question. Who was the last team to win outright the Pac-10 title other than SC? It was Oregon in 2001. Now, SC shared the title with Washington State in 02, Cal in 06, Arizona State in 07. So the Trojans have won or shared the last 7 conference titles, which goes back to what you were talking about, dominance.
Of course, Oregon went to the Fiesta Bowl instead of the Rose Bowl, where Nebraska got blown out by Miami.
This one thrown to Ailes, and he is a terrific target with that size and obviously some good hands. And Eddie Young, who always lines up. He's an outside backer for the Golden Bears. He always lines up on that tight end side.
And USC has 3 really good tight ends. You see Ailes, Anthony McCoy, who we saw earlier in the game, and Brett Ellison, 3 guys that they can use in different ways. And Jeremy Bates, the first-year play caller for USC, starting to mix that in, which makes your linebackers and your strong safety start to get active in the play game, which makes it hard when you start establishing the run.
Bottom of your screen, that is Havili, the fullback. Keep an eye on him. Barkley trying to get out of harm's way, throws this one and just throws it away, making sure it did not get picked off. Osbury, the intended receiver. And it's going to be 4th down.
And a big win for Cal defensively, because if USC goes down and scores, and say they burn more time off the clock near the end of the second quarter,
first punt,
this thing may start to get out of hand. So a good stop for Cal defensively.
Sidquan Thompson is the deep man. Hartman to handle the punt, first one of the evening for the Trojans. Here's his boot. End over end almost, and Thompson, as soon as he made the catch, that's good, quick coverage downfield by the Trojans, and to make the hit was Justin Hart. 32 on the kick, 3 on the return. Let's take a timeout.
Let's put a few thousand kilowatts in a vise. Squeeze some savings back into our budget, into our attics and walls. Let's locate the original energy source called you and turn that machine up full blast. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Come get 50% more savings on insulation with a new lower price of just $9.37 per roll.
Retirement. It may be a long way off or another adventure waiting just ahead. Pacific Life can help provide a dependable income you can enjoy for the rest of your life. Because retirement could be a very long ride. Ask your financial professional about Pacific Life. Pacific Life, the power to help you succeed.
Scientific tests prove when you drink Dr. Pepper slow, 23 flavors taste even better. For me, slow always produces a hit. Step aside for a minute. Check this out. Slower is better. Trust me. I'm a doctor.
Hey, if you're thinking of getting a truck, do your buddies a favor and try out the back seat where they gotta sit. Yeah, it's bad. It's as roomy as the glove box and as comfortable as the tailgate. Until now, that is. This is the Ford F-150 Super Crew. It's got 6 more inches of room, and it's the only truck with a completely flat floor. So it's easier to load cargo and more comfortable. Shotgun? Ah, you don't need no stinking shotgun. It's not just a pickup truck. It's a Ford F-150.
Kelsey Grammer is Hank. All new Wednesday, 8, 7 Central on ABC.
Welcome back to Saturday Night Football, presented by Southwest Airlines.
Getting after Dad. I wonder if there's any claws on those bare paws.
Well, Cal went 66 yards in their opening drive, and in the 4 drives since then, 19 yards combined. Let's take a look at the drive chart. His best is tackled by Taylor Mays.
And Taylor Mays, of course, made that INT. And with what happened last week in Oregon and the recent memory of what happened in 2007 for Cal, remember they had that loss against Oregon State where if they won the game and they lost it in terrible fashion when Kevin Riley took a sack and the clock ran out before they could kick the tying touchdown. They lost 5 of their next 6. If you're Cal fans, you just hope the team isn't thinking, oh no, here we go again.
Vereen gets by 1 tackler in the backfield and then has to fight like the Dickens to get back to the line of scrimmage. Matt Beinert, what do you got for us this time?
Ron, here's what's happening on SportsCenter right now. From baseball, Michael Kadire hit a go-ahead home run as the Twins beat the Royals. That means their AL Central battle with the Tigers will come down to tomorrow's final day of the regular season. Meanwhile, Ja'Cory Harris is connected with Jimmy Graham. Number 17 Miami is now within 3 of number 8 Oklahoma in South Florida.
Alrighty, our situation 17-0. Trojans on top, and we have 9:05 to play in the first half. Coming with a blitz. Pressure, gonna go down. Everson Griffin. The man that they call the most talented of that front 7 group, or at least the down lineman, and he showed it right there.
Such an active front. You hear the term line stunts, and that's when 2 guys basically switch positions, and that time it was Everson Griffin. He's lined up outside, comes all the way down to the inside, and he is so quick and explosive. And the coaches talk about how focused he's been this year. Lost his starting job last year, came back in spring and fall camp, was really focused in, taking advantage of that tremendous upside.
Here's the boot. Not going to turn over, but Williams will not be able to field it as that thing goes out of bounds. And let's see exactly where the official is going to mark it. They are coming all the way across midfield, still running. They're going to say at the 45-yard line. Well, after making a serious statement with a victory at Dover, defending champion Jimmy Johnson keeps his sights set on current points leader and ageless wonder Mark Martin. The chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup continues, and that's in Kansas. Coverage begins tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern on ABC. 27 yards is all he's going to get credit for on that kick. It was very high and a good coverage kick, but he kicked it out of bounds. Bradford, left side, they'll push the pile, and he's still going, and Bradford is going to wind up with a first down for the Trojans.
And this is almost tryouts. Of course, all of these running backs at USC are very close friends. It was an awful, awful incident this week when Stephon Johnson dropped a barbell onto his neck. He's back in the hospital in Los Angeles watching the game, but
7-hour surgery.
Yeah, and we wish him all the very best, and hopefully he can have a full recovery. But these guys now have to pick it up because Johnson was their inside tough yardage runner, and now it's going to fall on the other group of guys left behind to fill that very important role.
That's Ailes in motion, but they hand it to the running back. Has 5, has 10, and wow, they opened a mammoth hole that time. Sidquan Thompson will make the tackle on Bradford, and Bradford showing, hey, you know, I deserve some playing time just like Joe McKnight.
And they'll continue to rotate these guys through, but this is just fantastic blocking at the point of attack. And you know, one of the guys that just jumps off film, I talked about Tyron Smith, Anthony McCoy, the tight end, is as good a blocking tight end as I've seen. He had a wonderful seal block on that Ohio State run for Stephon Johnson. This guy, when he gets a hold of someone, he gets a lot of push.
Well, they run it back into the boundary, and it's going to be good for about 4 yards as Bradford finally bumped out of bounds. Esef, Marcus, a senior out of Santa Rosa, California. Interesting thing about Esef. Because of labs, we said to the coaches yesterday, we didn't see him out there. We saw Catus a bunch, and they said he has labs on Tuesday and Thursday. They literally get him about 1 day a week.
Happens quite a bit, actually, at Cal. Obviously, a wonderful academic institution, and sometimes a senior needs that class to graduate, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Second down, play action. Nice job by the defensive end who came across, and I'll tell you, Eddie Young was not only staying at home, putting pressure, and he's the one that forced Barkley's hand. Well, let's take a look at our Pacific Life game summary.
Well, Bradford gets in, has a couple nice runs, brings his average up to 6.4, but he's got a little ways to go to catch up with Joe McKnight. McKnight back in the game. I think this is the guy, number 4, with Stephon Johnson out, that you're going to see USC ride pretty much the rest of the season consistently.
Third down, line to make is the 9. Swings it out to McKnight. 15, puts on a move, puts a head down, and he is going to be short of the first down. About 1.5 yards as Michael Kendricks is there to make the tackle.
And those are the types of moves that had USC fans so excited when McKnight came all the way from Louisiana to USC. He's starting to get way more confidence. He still occasionally put the ball on the turf, something Pete Carroll and his staff is worried about. But now on 4th and goal, 17, end of the half, I think you might want to kick this. They're not great in short yardage. If not, you might want to throw it on the rollout.
So here's the situation, 4th down. As we said, they need about 1.5 yards. It's McKnight resetting behind the quarterback. Throws over the middle, got it complete for the first down at the 5 to Osbury. David Osbury, a junior from Lemoore, California.
A little surprised they didn't take the points to go up 3 touchdowns in the first half, but this is the confidence they have in a young quarterback. Sometimes you forget when you watch Matt Barkley, he's a true freshman. But he started as a true freshman. Well, you're only a true freshman in high school, but he started as a freshman in high school at the highest level of high school football in Southern California. So
7 different receivers have caught the ball for SC tonight. Ailes in motion. McKnight hit behind the line of scrimmage, now running for his life. And and still is going to lose about, what is that, about 3, maybe 4 yards in the play. Derek Hill missed him first, but then a good job of pursuit by the defenders.
Wow, what tough duty to try to get Derek Hill blocked. The center, Christopher O'Dowd. The nose guard is already that way. This is a 300-pounder. He got his pads underneath O'Dowd. A nice job. And Derek Hill at nose guard has quietly been having a nice game. He's been getting quite a bit of penetration.
8th play of the drive coming up. Clock shows 4 minutes and 50 seconds left in this first half. Trojans already lead it 17-0, trying to make it 24. Barkley throws it. That one should have been intercepted probably, but maybe just a little bit high. Katusta's the man who had a shot at it, couldn't bring it down.
Well, all those routes, everyone got to their positions and turned around. I always like in this position, have someone running across the back of the end zone. Even if it's late and your quarterback doesn't have anything, he can bounce out and look. That time, all of the receivers out and routes just turned around. They're covered. The quarterback has nowhere to go.
Pete Carroll is running all the way down the sideline. Did not call timeout, though. It is 3rd down, 3rd and goal. Barkley steps up, drills it. Thrown, intended for McCoy. Incomplete. And now the field goal unit will come on.
And they have to get this cleaned up. USC has not been great inside the 10-yard line. And as this conference season goes on, and of course they still have to play Notre Dame as well, they have to get this cleaned up. They're going to have to start running some layered routes, guys running by each other so the defense gets confused. They've not been very efficient inside the 10.
Condon to attempt a 25-yard field goal, and just very easy on that one there, like maybe a pitching wedge. Knocks it home. 20-0 SC.
This is weak, man. Frank's trying to not pay me my winnings for the Skins beatdown I just issued him because his 401k is tanking. It's like, dude, you got to grab the reins, man. Get E-Trade, do some analytics, do some research, and take charge so I don't have to subsidize your lack of golfing skills.
But on the night total, you moved your ball.
Frank, it was on the cart path. Why don't you try reading the rules, Shankopotamus?
Take control with one of the most powerful investing machines there is. Join the 1,000 new accounts a day at E-Trade.
I'm a shrimp blogger. I've traveled the globe to find the perfect prawn. So when I found out Taco Bell had Pacific shrimp tacos with 6 succulent marinated shrimp, I had to try one immediately. The new Pacific shrimp taco, only at Taco Bell.
When I think of value, I think of Wrangler. Always have.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Built comfortable. Priced right.
You can pay more, but you won't get more.
Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans.
Search for a car at Autotrader.com and we'll send you the largest selection of cars anywhere. So you can narrow it down by model, color, and price. That way you always find exactly what you want. Autotrader.com, the ultimate automotive marketplace.
Hey, Ham, what do you think the fine is for streaking?
I don't know, like $300-400?
Why?
You stink!
Sorry.
The more you save on insurance, the more you'll have for football. Are you in good hands?
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
So we are back in SC right now at a ball game that everybody came to the ballpark thinking this is going to be a tight one. Has not been that situation at all. 20-0, the Trojans on top, and they are owning every category so far. Here comes the kick. Marine from the 8. Marine close to the 30-yard line, and let's go to the sideline and check in with Shelly Smith. Shelly, what do you have for us?
Well, I just went up in the stands and spoke with Matt Barkley's parents. Now, Matt's dad, Les, played water polo. They did not go to the water polo game today. They were more interested, obviously, in this game. He said that Matt looks really good. He looks relaxed. He thinks he's all the way back. But as typical Barkley-esque, they complimented the offensive line and said they're doing a great job to help him out.
Okay, Shelly. Great hustle there. We appreciate it. You know, as we come into this drive, Best 5 carries for 18 yards. And Ed and I have a story for you after this play right here, as he's going to pick up about 4, which is what his average is this afternoon. Chuck Muncie in today's San Francisco Chronicle. They had an interview with him, and he said that best it is paramount that he have a huge evening. He said his game in 75 against SC, where he had 143 yards, he finished second in the penalty, but he thought it pushed him that close.
Yeah, and he's the last guy from Cal to finish in the top 5. So he figured on this big national stage, not only did they have to win, but Best had to have a big game, and I think it's a very valid point by him.
Here's Javed trying for the first down, and he is very, very close. But the difficult thing is just what Ed talked about off the top of the telecast, where SC on that opening drive, and Cal still had big numbers, but they put 8, 9, and almost 10 people. They did, in fact. They had 10 people in the box on like the second play.
And right now, the way Cal is struggling in the passing game with protection, Riley missing some throws, some guys dropping some balls, they're just completely out of sync. Defenses are going to be able to do this. Right now, look how many bodies.
Wow, there's
are
one
around
guy
the line
deep.
of scrimmage.
Yeah,
wow.
10 men, literally what you consider in the box. And they pitch it to Best. Can he turn the corner? Not able to. That is speed by Taylor Mays. You know, before this ball game is over, Shelley has a story on that about
they were going to race in the 40. Yeah, they met each other at media day, and Taylor Mays, who injured his knee against Ohio State, and last week when we looked at the film against Washington State, and I was at practice on Tuesday, did not look 100%. That was pretty good running.
I'll tell you what, he has been tied to what, 4.25?
Yeah. And I know that the Cal fans are booing, but 20-0 second quarter. If this were 27-0, I think maybe you go for it, but I think here the right play is to punt it away.
6th punt of the night.
University of California timeout number 1. 30 seconds.
So we'll take a break. 20-0 SC. We'll be back for the punt.
A champion turns the dream of a team into a reality.
He inspires a legion of fans,
Making you believe in the unbelievable.
Taking good and turning it into great.
A champion lives where history is played.
And we are back. And it was a quick timeout to make sure everybody was on the same page on this punting unit. They were not contemplating going for the 4th down. Anchor waits for the snap. That's a really good one, and here's his boot. High, good coverage kick. Fair catch has been signaled for and made by Williams at the 14-yard line.
And a wonderful teaching opportunity for Matt Barkley.
Well, coming up, the Bud Light halftime report.
With not much pressure, 20-0, you're up. You have 3 timeouts, 2:39. So you can work the clock drill to go through all the rules, when you use those timeouts, when people get out of bounds, those types of things, when to throw it away. A nice job for USC to have here is to go through this with a young quarterback.
Well, Havili back in the ball game at fullback. And every time he's on the field, we remind you, not just a blocker, he's a receiver. Barkley winds up throwing it back to the near side to Butler. Butler comes out of bounds at around the 30.
It was interesting. Shelley was talking about how calm Barkley looked. I was at the USC-Ohio State game down on the field, and even before he got hurt, he did look a little shaky in that game. He didn't play that poorly, but everything seemed a little bit rushed. The handoffs, his throws, everything seemed rushed. He comes to this place on the road, the biggest crowd he's played in front of on the road since Ohio State, and he does look a lot better. It looks like he learned a lot from that Ohio State environment.
And Ed, if you don't think that he goes through his reads, even though he's a freshman, that is the 8th receiver that he has thrown to this afternoon. Back in the pocket and overthrows this one. That was Osbury that he wanted. Stops the clock with 2:02 left until intermission.
Kevin Riley, who has not had a great first half, and you wonder if a lot of this goes back to that trip up to Eugene. And Jeff Tedford talked about the players taking over The coaches didn't talk as much about it as the players trying to get over what happened at Oregon. And I think that interception by Taylor Mays made them kind of feel like, uh-oh, here we go again.
Good pickup of the blitz, throws, and there's Avili, the fullback, and he was trying to run before he secured, I should say, the football. And Matt Wider in New York, you've got a couple of updates for us.
Absolutely, Ron. A Verizon Wireless update from Tennessee, where the Volunteers have taken a little momentum into halftime. This is Montario Hardesty. PAT was blocked by the Tigers, so it's a 13-6 game there. Oklahoma and Miami have gone to half. 10-7 Sooners on top on the road.
Okay, Matt, our situation 20-0. SC with 1:56 on the clock until halftime. Third down, the line to make is the 40. Now they get it to McKnight, and McKnight draws a crowd just like number 4 for Cal draws a crowd.
Yeah, and I think Cal should get a timeout here. Don't let this clock go all the way down to 1:15 before this is snapped. I think you use one of your two. He gets it now, but they should have gotten this a little earlier. They wasted about 10 or 12 seconds there, which could be key on this drive.
So let's take this 30-second break. Right back.
Spanning the West, 10 preeminent universities create a rich learning experience as vast and diverse as the territory itself, where student athletes strive for academic excellence and compete at the highest level, where leaders flourish and success grows right along with the reputation that comes from winning more NCAA championships than any other conference.
So we are back, and we were trying to get clarification here. Elvin Lindblad, our stat person, said they have ruled that last play was a rush rather than a pass. I assume because it was a backwards pass, so that's the reason the line of scrimmage has been pushed back for a couple of yards. If you're sitting there thinking, well, they moved the line of scrimmage on us if you're a Cal fan or an SC fan. Hartman to get the punt away. Thompson, the deep man for the Golden Bears. This is his best punt of the night. Fair catch is called for and made by Sidquan at the 25. So LeGarrette Blount of Oregon. Oregon may ask the Pac-10 for reinstatement. Stanford 3-0, first time since 1999, and Washington loses in overtime by 4 to the Irish in South Bend.
Yeah, unbelievable for Stanford to be 3-0 in conference. Nobody really thought this, and big, huge news for LeGarrette Blount. They've put out a bunch of things for him to hit as goals. If he hits those by November 7th, they will petition the Pac-10 to allow him to return this year.
That's Jones in motion. Here comes pressure, and the ball is caught by Best. Gets by one tackler and then takes it out across the 31. And for a second there, it appeared he was going to get loose. But Gallipo teamed up with Michael Morgan on the tackle. You know, somebody we have not seen tonight, a freshman out of Detroit who leads SC in sacks with 6 in 4 ball games, is number 8, Nick Perry, and he's been injured. Pass is caught at the 49-yard line, and that's Anthony Miller, the tight end.
And that's exactly what they needed. Cal needed to get some kind of momentum going on this drive. Now you've got that timeout left, clock is stopped, snap it right away, and they needed some kind of long gain to start feeling a little confidence here on this drive.
Riley steps up, drills the ball a little too high in the direction of Jeremy Ross, and that'll stop the clock with 47-6.
And you mentioned Nick Perry not being in there. We expected him to play tonight, but talk about needing a guy like that. Redshirt freshman, first in the Pac-10 with 6 sacks.
He has just come into the ball game, we are told by Bill Wendell, our spotter, and he says that he wears an odd number for a defensive tackle or defensive end, regardless of where they line him up. He wears number 8. Here comes pressure. Middle screen. to the tight end, and that's Miller. And Miller will take it inside the 40 for a first down. And the clock is at 41 seconds and holding while they move the chains. It's a gain of 14 yards.
And now you want to think something 6, 8, 10 yards to get an easier field goal, so then you can have it 2, maybe 3 shots into the end zone.
Well, you got to look at the young man we were talking about as that pass goes incomplete. Nick Perry, number 8, and he is one that I'm sure the Cal players were saying, make sure you know where number 8 is, because 6 sacks, freshman, sophomore, junior, or senior in 4 ball games, Ed, is absolutely incredible. That's the greatest. That's a greater number than anybody for SC had all of last year.
Yeah, and he plays inside, outside, anywhere they need him to go. And Cal sitting right now at about the outside limit for Vince D'Amato, their true freshman quarterback. So I think want to pick up 7, 8, and then maybe 1 or 2 shots into the end zone if you don't get the first.
Here comes pressure. They get it out of the backfield. Have it complete. That's Ross. And Ross will finally be stopped just inside the 30. 25, now 24 seconds. Thomas on the tackle. And they have just used their last timeout, is it not?
Yep, and that was a wonderful timeout. Tedford standing right there because it was going to take forever. It was going to take forever to get their offense back in. You probably would have burned about 10 or 12 seconds, and then you get 3rd down, and then you've got to kick it on 4th if you don't pick it up. Now you get to take your time. If you get past, you got a field goal. You at least got an attempt that's in the wheelhouse for D'Amato. So now pick up that 1st down. You could run up. The clock won't start until they set the sticks, and you could get 2, maybe 3 tries into the end zone before then you bring D'Amato out. So nice job of managing the clock by Cal.
And they say as far as D'Amato's concerned, 55 yardish in that vicinity. Well, he also has the wind behind him here. So the location on the field should not be a problem from where they are right now. Third down. Vereen in the backfield. He stays in the block. They get it out in the flat, and there is Ross again. Makes the catch, gets out of bounds at the 21. Thomas pushes him.
Now, I think almost everything, it's got to be beyond the sticks, or it's got to be in the end zone. You don't want to do anything where the clock is going to continue. So no runs, nothing in front of the sticks. You've got time for 3, maybe 4 plays if you think 5, 6 seconds per play. So I think everything either in the end zone or beyond the sticks, so the clock will stop.
Ross in motion. Here comes pressure. Pass for the end zone, overthrown and incomplete. And Riley got the ball away, but Michael Morgan, tall, rangy junior linebacker out of Dallas Skyline, to put the pressure on him. And with 12 seconds left, special teams come on. And I think that Coach Tedford simply does not want to take a chance. This ball is going to be placed down.
And I hear the fans. I hear their pain. I think you take 1, if not 2 more shots to the end zone.
38 yards on the attempt. Gets a good one, and he missed it. It is wide to the left. Pinkard was coming in with a lot of pressure, but that young man right there, he says it all.
Yeah. I'm just not quite sure why you wouldn't take at least 1 more throw into the end zone. You're down 20-0. I know you don't want to turn over. You want to get some points to try to get some momentum, but I don't think 3 points on this drive is necessarily going to make the difference in the ballgame. I think a touchdown on this drive gets you back in. So I understand the fans and why they were a little boisterous there about that field goal attempt.
We are at halftime, and it's not cheering that you hear here at Memorial Stadium. I'm afraid there are a lot of blues and booze for the Golden Bears as they head to the locker room trailing at the intermission 20-0. It has been all SC in the first half. So the teams are heading to the locker room, and it looks as though we're not going to be able to get an interview at halftime, which is fine. 20-0 our score. SC on top, and let's go to New York City. John and Jesse. Gentlemen.
This is the Bud Light halftime report. In the SEC, the Georgia Bulldogs facing number 4 LSU. Georgia's down 12-7 with Joe Cox, a jump ball to A.J. Green. Takes it away from Hawkins. 2-point conversion is no good. Bulldogs up 13-12 with 54 seconds left. And Charles Scott busts it up the middle.
Charles Scott had 18 rushing touchdowns a year ago. He had none heading into this game this season, but 2 big Scott scores late would make a big difference for the Tigers.
2-point conversion is good, so 29 seconds left. Cox, last gasp, picked up by Perry Riley, and LSU holds on for a 20-13 win for Les Miles. So that sets up the big matchup a week from today. Florida against LSU. And at least offensively, this one looks like a huge mismatch because LSU, despite being unbeaten, has yet to get their offense going. But the story in this one is still going to be Tim Tebow, whether or not he's ready to play.
And if he's cleared to play, how does that Florida offense look? You just saw the graphic. They're averaging 308 yards a game on the ground. Tim Tebow is a big part of that rushing attack. If he is able to play, do you allow him to run the football? Do you risk him getting hurt again? Now, let's say he's not able to play, and the backup Jonathan Brantley has to go in. This is probably an offense that looks a lot more like the 2006 National Championship team. They'll throw the football more often. They will not run the quarterback as much. There could be some major differences in this Florida offense depending on which guy can go.
As you said earlier, though, Tim Tebow could miss 2 weeks of practice, probably, but the only guy in college football could miss 2 weeks of practices and still start that game. Stick around. More of the Bud Light halftime report coming up. The Fighting Irish of Notre Dame would have to go to overtime, as did the Michigan Wolverines against the Spartans.
I figure the engineers who built the Ford F-150 are probably the same guys we all cheated off of in science class. We're thinking about pizza, they're thinking about aerodynamic wake properties. Crazy smart. Take fuel economy, for example. You can't get a truck with better mileage. And they didn't give up an ounce of power to get it. In fact, they actually increased the horsepower. Now that is some A-plus truck thinking. It's not just a pickup truck. It's a Ford F-150.
John Hancock, the future is yours. Visit findtheanswers.com.
For the first time in history, more people live in cities than anywhere else.
Which means cities have to get smarter.
New York has smart crime fighting.
Paris has smart healthcare.
Smart traffic systems in Brisbane keep traffic moving.
Galway has smart water.
Smart meters in Dallas, Houston, and a smart grid in Copenhagen keep energy flowing.
Smart ideas are happening
all over the world.
I want to bring them all together in your city.
The smarter Paris.
The smarter Stuttgart.
São Paulo.
Copenhagen.
Kyoto.
Planet of smarter cities.
That's what I'm working on.
I'm an IBMer.
Let's build a smarter planet.
Introducing Arby's new $5.01 combos. 5 delicious full-size sandwiches with curly fries and a drink, all for only $5.01. But why the extra penny? It's for our world-famous roast beef, slow oven roasted to perfection every day and freshly sliced to order. It's for our signature French dip and Swiss with hot, savory au jus. And it's for the unique taste that only Arby's can deliver with our new classic roast beef patty melt. So say hello to Arby's new $5.01 combos. Worth every penny, and here to stay.
Welcome back to the Bud Light halftime report, where Damian Williams takes his punt return and goes 66 yards with it for a touchdown. Nice job to stay inbounds and dive and get in. 20-0 is the lead. John Saunders and Jesse Palmer, what this means is that Cal's been outscored 62-0 in their last 6 quarters.
Yeah, defensively right now, Cal having issues with the big home run hitters on offense from USC. Joe McKnight, a big long touchdown run early in the first quarter. Damian Williams getting involved on a long punt return later. But right now for Cal, we talked about this. If Javid Best was not able to get going, he's only got 27 yards rushing right now. Kevin Riley, the quarterback had to pick it up. 10 of 23 right now with the pick, not getting it done.
And my apologies, they did have 3 points against Oregon last week. Washington facing Notre Dame. Washington, a team that's knocked off USC. Notre Dame has to play USC later. Jimmy Clausen, 12 yards to Kyle Rudolph for a touchdown. Notre Dame makes the 2-point conversion to take a 30-27 lead. But Washington marches it down the field, and Eric Folk hits a 37-yard field goal, sends the game into overtime. In OT, Robert Hughes on the ground.
It was over almost 1,000 yards of total offense in this game between both teams, but on Notre Dame's first OT possession, they get it done.
Jake Locker to DeAndre Goodwin, almost has the catch, but gets popped. It drops out, and Notre Dame wins in overtime to go to 4-1 on the season. UCLA coming in unbeaten. Stanford and Jim Harbaugh unbeaten in conference. Andrew Luck hands it off to Toby Gerhart for a 10-yard touchdown.
Toby Gerhart showing great patience, great vision, tough running. There's a reason he came into this game third in the nation in rushing yards.
Stanford 3-0 atop the Pac-10 right now. Oregon coming off that big win against Cal. They're up 14-0 on Washington State. James has a touchdown run there. Oklahoma facing Miami. Randy Shannon's crew coming off the loss to Virginia Tech, facing Bob Stoops and Landry Jones starting at quarterback because Stan Bradford still not ready to play. Finds Cameron Kenny 16 yards.
Landry Jones was extremely sharp on the very first drive of this football game. You see a perfectly thrown football right there.
Alabama, ranked number 3, facing Kentucky this week. Mark Ingram, great running back, and watch the patience and the hesitation before he hits the hole.
204 rushing yards on the day for Alabama, but their defense came up big yet again, causing 4 turnovers in this game.
McElroy had 2 touchdown passes there. Ole Miss facing Vanderbilt. Jevin Sneed, it's not exactly been a Heisman Trophy type of year until today, perhaps. Sneed finds Brandon Bolden 12 yards.
Well, Sneed got off to a fast start in this game, throwing 3 touchdown passes. He's also thrown 3 interceptions. He needs to really get his game back on track.
Boise State ranked number 5 this week. Kellen Moore and squad hosting UC Davis. And Kellen Moore finds Austin Pettis for the touchdown on the blue turf.
And Kellen Moore, one of the most accurate quarterbacks in all of college football, knows exactly what type to throw on each and every play.
Then a race in the American League Central. The Minnesota Twins knock off the Kansas City Royals 5-4. White Sox are leading the Tigers 4-1. If the Tigers lose, the Twins and the Tigers are tied, and it will come down to the final game of the season tomorrow, where the Twins have to go against Josh Greinke.
The Bud Light Halftime Report, brought to you by Bud Light. With just the right taste that's not too heavy, not too light. The difference is drinkability.
It's okay. Ugh, if only he were more evolved. Then he'd switch from cable to DirecTV and get 5 months of their best TV package for free. Yes, for free. Maybe if he had DirecTV, he wouldn't sit around staring at me 24/7.
To get 5 months free, call 1-800-DIRECTV.
Meet Bob. Bob's helping us see where it's easier to find money. In there, or when you compare auto insurance prices at Esurance. Fill out one easy online form for real-time prices from Esurance and other leading companies. Then Esurance helps you buy from the place that saves you the most. How much you got?
$53.
Good work. But Esurance is a better one-stop shop to find cash. Drivers who compare rates at Esurance save $451 a year on average. Find your cash in minutes at Esurance.
You see a place that's alive with purpose and passion. You see a place inspired by a long tradition of untraditional excellence. You see a place built by the people, for the people of California, the nation, and the world. What do you see? You see Berkeley.
What if we could choose students with the highest character, intellect, talent, and a drive for the greater good? Students whose grades and SATs tell only a fraction of their story. What if we could choose students who could go anywhere? At USC, we can and do choose these students. In turn, they've made this university better, rising farther and faster than any other in national rankings. For that, we'd like to say thank you.
You're welcome.
This is the Bud Light Halftime Report. John Saunders alongside of Jesse Palmer. Based on last week's performance at home against Miami, many people feel Virginia Tech is the team now to beat in the ACC. They get a little tune-up today against Duke. Tyrod Taylor with a great day, 327 yards passing, including this 25-yard touchdown pass to Jared Boykin.
Great job by Taylor allowing his young sophomore receiver to high point the football. This Virginia Tech offense could be unstoppable if they can continue this sort of balance on offense.
Well, they can run the ball as well. Oglesby takes the handoff here and goes 12 yards for the touchdown. And Virginia Tech holds on to win this one 34-26. Florida State facing Boston College. Boston College won a big one in overtime against Wake Forest a week ago. And Mark Herzlich, 2008 Defensive Player of the Year in the ACC and cancer survivor, on hand at the game. Montel Harris takes a handoff up the middle, breaks his tackle, nice move, gone 42 yards.
Montel Harris would run for 99 yards in the fourth quarter alone, and that would be the difference for Boston College.
179 yards overall. Staying in the ACC, Clemson taking on Maryland. Nick Ferreira, kickoff, and nobody told him not to kick the ball to C.J. Spiller. And Spiller's going to go through traffic and go 92 yards for a touchdown.
C.J. Spiller runs the 100-meter dash in 10.22 seconds, so it's a very bad idea to let him get in the open field like he does right here. This would be an historic day for C.J. Spiller. He became the ACC's all-time leader in all-purpose yardage.
But things would go Maryland's way as they're up 24-21. Kyle Parker sacked by Demetrius Hartsfield. Ball comes out. Maryland recovers, and the Terps win it 24-21 the final. Michigan unbeaten facing Mark D'Antonio and Michigan State. The game would go into overtime thanks to Tate Forcier, the freshman quarterback, with a late drive. But Larry Caper in overtime goes 23 yards.
37 of the last 40 meetings now between these two teams have gone to the team that runs for more yards. Michigan held to only 28 yards on the ground.
Joe Paterno trying to bounce back from the loss to Iowa, facing Illinois today, and Evan Royster would help things out. 15 yards for the touchdown, 15 of his 105.
And Penn State got off to a slow start offensively, but you can see how they can bruise defenses with that running game late.
Arkansas against Iowa. Iowa coming off that win against Penn State. Ricky Stanzi and Marvin McNutt hook up down the sidelines, 43 yards on this touchdown.
Ricky Stanzi has typically gotten off to slow starts this season, but he came out firing early against Arkansas State.
Arkansas State only down by 3. Onside kick attempt is recovered by McNutt, and Iowa holds on for the win. Stanzi almost 300 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. This is the Bud Light Halftime Report.
Speak. Speak. That's it?
Not bad, huh?
Not too heavy, not too light. Bud Light. The difference is drinkability.
The Bud Light Halftime Report, brought to you by Bud Light. With just the right taste that's not too heavy, not too light. The difference is drinkability.
ABC Tuesday at 8/7 Central. One deal gone bad.
What?
Will lead this shark
What's he in?
to do the unthinkable.
Stop right there.
ABC Shark Tank. All new Tuesday at 8/7 Central on ABC.
ABC Tuesday at 10/9 Central.
You're saying he played pro, no one would remember him?
An unsung hero must be identified even if it means crossing the line.
Because of you, the killer could go free.
ABC's The Forgotten. All new Tuesday at 10/9 Central on ABC.
You can talk to me about anything.
How many men have you slept with?
ABC Comedy Wednesday
Say cheese!
is officially the #1 new night for comedy. And at 9/8 Central, Modern Family is the fall's best. But don't take our word for it.
Let's do it!
Ask anyone who's seen it. ABC's Modern Family.
I just want you to know I'm sorry. This feels so right.
All new Wednesday, 9/8 Central. Laugh with all of America on ABC Comedy Wednesday.
ABC Comedy Wednesday. 9/8 Central. All new Wednesday, 9/8 Central. Laugh with all of America on ABC Comedy Wednesday. All new Wednesday, 9/8 Central. Laugh with all of America on ABC Comedy Wednesday. All new Wednesday, 9/8 Central. Laugh with all of America on ABC Comedy Wednesday.
It's week 4 on Sunday NFL Countdown. Dysfunction in D.C. We found out what's gone wrong with the Redskins. And Brett Favre against the Packers. What are the emotions of playing a former team? Plus, a test of wills. The Jets blitzing D against the high-octane Saint offense. Which one will remain undefeated? All this and more tomorrow on Sunday NFL Countdown, 11 a.m. Eastern. Now let's send it to Mike Tirico.
Chris, thank you. So often the hype is manufactured, but the hype is legit. You talk to the players, you talk to everyone involved. Packers, Vikings with Favre against Green Bay for the first time really has everyone's attention. How about what Favre has looked like the first 3 weeks?
Yeah, he's actually been very conservative for the first couple of weeks. The third week he got it going. In fact, studying the tape, week 1, only 3 passes more than 10 yards downfield from the line of scrimmage. Week 2, 5 passes more than 10 yards from the line of scrimmage. But with the game on the line against the San Francisco 49ers, 16 passes more than 10 yards down the field. Of course, the big one to Greg Lewis to win it at the end.
You got a lot of things to do with your free time. Brett Favre is 3-0. He's a winner. He wins everywhere he's gone. He needs to beat the Green Bay Packers, and he'll be able to say, I've beaten every team in pro football.
That was a lot of research.
Should be an unbelievable scene in the Metrodome. See him Monday night, 8:30 Eastern.
All right, guys, thanks. Lots of stories from around the country. Nevada, after rushing for 540 total yards in their first 3 games, at a school record 559 on Saturday. 3 players over 170. NC State quarterback Russell Wilson's NCAA record streak of consecutive passes without an interception ended at 379. And Ball State lost to Toledo on a 51-yard touchdown pass with under 30 seconds left. Ball State coach Stan Parrish has now lost 33 straight games as a head coach.
This thing rocks.
Lots of room back there in the back. Heavy, top of the line.
I mean, I can't think of a better word, but fantastic.
The all-new Dodge Ram 1500. The most award-winning truck of 2009 and winner of Strategic Vision's Total Quality Award.
Would you like to go for a ride in that bike?
Okay.
Okay. Whoa, yeah. See, the terms require you to keep the bike in this predetermined space. If you want to take the bike out, I'm going to have to charge you a penalty.
I can't really ride in this little space.
Well, you can't ride very far.
Even kids know an offer shouldn't come with ridiculous conditions. Why don't banks? At Ally Bank, our 9-month no-penalty CD gives you a great rate with no fees for early withdrawal. It's just the right thing to do.
ABC Comedy Wednesday, America is crazy for Cougar Town. Ow! Courtney Cox makes a sparkling return.
You want to join me? I did not realize how tall you are.
ABC's Cougar Town, all new Wednesday at 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC Comedy Wednesday.
The jobs are out there, it's just sometimes hard to find them. That's why every day News 10 is highlighting a company who's hiring in our area. Who's hiring? Weekdays on News 10 and news10.net.
With Comcast, you get the most live sports anywhere. And when you order a qualified plan, we'll give you $150 cash back. Get the best HD picture quality and an all-star lineup of sports programming, including NFL Red Zone. Well, you'll catch every touchdown from every game every Sunday afternoon. Plus high-speed internet with 3,500 more live games on ESPN360.com with Comcast.net. With so much sports, you're going to need a bigger couch. Get the most live sports and $150 cash back. Hurry, offer ends October 11th.
Bet you goofy-looking fellas would like to try some of my new Sweet Fire Chicken from Panda Express with its delicious sweet and fiery sauce. But it wasn't made for gentle giants.
You mess with the pandas, we bust your chopsticks.
New Sweet Fire Chicken Breast. Crispy all-white meat, wok-tossed in a sweet and fiery sauce. It's an exotic fusion of flavors, only at Panda Express.
Whether you're across the street or across the ocean, Vonage makes it more affordable to stay close. Introducing Vonage World. Unlimited calls in the U.S. and around the world for only $24.99. Call 877-4VONAGE now. Vonage World. No startup costs, no access codes, just free unlimited calling around the world. Don't wait. Call 877-4VONAGE or go to Vonage.com and start saving. Vonage. Sounds good.
Know a hero in our community? Email us at hero@news10.net.
This is Saturday Night Football, presented by Southwest Airlines. And our score as we head into the third quarter. SC 20-0 over the Cal Bears. USC won the toss, they deferred, and they get the ball to open the second half of play. And this kick is going to come down at the 8-yard line and return. A great job by the Bears as they make the tackle at the 25-yard line. Ed Cunningham, that opening drive, we had talked at length during timeouts, really took some spunk out of this Golden Bear football team.
Especially what happened last week up in Oregon in Autzen Stadium, because they got behind so early, made so many mistakes. Their own mistakes got them out of that game, and now they go back on defense. And you get the feeling, Ron, the way that Berkeley's playing, the way that Joe McKnight is running, if this Cal defense can't force a couple of turnovers, this thing may get out of hand.
McKnight. And McKnight is going to fight almost through a second tackler as he'll take it around the 33-yard line. And let's check in with Shelley Smith on the sideline. Shelley, how was halftime? What'd you find out?
Well, I talked to Jeff Tedford as he was taking the field back. Obviously not very happy. I said, why not take a couple of extra shots at the end zone? You had 12 seconds left. You were moving the ball well. He said, we were afraid we were going to get stuck in a hole. We had no timeouts. There were just 12 seconds left. We wanted to kick, get the 3 points, and keep momentum. Just didn't work out, guys.
Well, that is a tough situation, because nothing in that first half that they touched turned golden. It has for the gentleman running the football right there, and McKnight's going to take that for a gain of 14 yards, and they have a first down at the 46.
And with Stephon Johnson out, we talked about earlier in the game, of course, a young man in a hospital room after 7 hours of emergency surgery on his throat from a terrible accident in the weight room. This, you just get the sense this is the guy. I mean, he was the leading rusher coming into this ball game. They've kind of been waiting for his ability to start matching his productivity, and you're starting to see that. He's a good guy in space, but he's also starting to run really well in between the tackles. Of course, it helps when your offensive line gets that much push at the point of attack.
Bradford in the ball game, and a pass thrown too tall for him, incomplete. Well, let's take a look at our Pacific Life game summary halftime stats.
You know, it's interesting. One of the stats that jumped off after the first quarter was yards per play. For USC at the end of the first quarter, it was up around 10 yards per play. Still, 7 yards a clip each time you snap the ball is pretty staggering. And 193 passing yards for Matt Berkeley here in the first half. Of course, almost every time he goes out, he may have a career high. 247 last week against Washington State, if you're tracking at home.
2nd and 10, quick out pass. Got a blocker there. 50, 45 down the sideline, Damian Williams. And Williams again, we go back to what Ed talked about in the first half. He is so fluid. He doesn't look necessarily like he's covering as much ground as he does, but boy, he's flying.
And these are the types of plays that if you're a defensive coordinator getting ready to play USC, I think you're going to start seeing more of these. Because he is so good, once he has the ball in the open field, they're going to start moving Damian Williams around a lot and doing those types of things. And a good block that time by Osbury. Just got enough of his man for Williams to clear the line of scrimmage.
Ayold's in motion. They bring him back across the middle to block, and McKnight will have about 4. Ohio State and Southern Cal do a really nice job of using huge tight ends, almost like a trap block instead of pulling the lineman.
You know, it was interesting at that USC-Ohio State game when I went out on the field and I was standing down there and McCoy came running out. That's the guy you want coming off the bus first. He is 6'5", 250 pounds. He's well put together. He runs well. He catches well. Good blocker. He's got a very bright future.
I think Pete Carroll is intense. Second and 5. McKnight, nice job defensively. They're not going to allow him maybe a half yard, and that's about it. It was Mike Muhammad, the junior out of Brawley, California, making the tackle. And big plays have been the way of the night for SC.
Boy, and how much momentum was that first one? The interception. Cal went right down the field. Got helped by a penalty, but they still moved it down the field, threw it to some backs, threw it to the tight end, and then Mays took it right away from him.
And you know, And if you did not see that part of the ball game, this house was rocking. But it was like they got hit in the face just like this football team, as that running play by Bradford is going to be close. And in fact, I think that second effort as he fell forward is going to pick up the first down around the 26.
Did an excellent job. Taylor Mays trying to stay warm. Whenever you have a knee injury like he had, you can see him moving it around and stretching his hamstring. Of course, it's his right knee, that huge brace. He hates it. All guys who run around hate having to wear that big brace, but when you sprain a knee, it's hard. It's starting to get a little cool out. And so the defense staying on the sideline, liking what their offense is doing, but got to stay warm.
Habibi comes into the ball game at fullback. Looking deep over the middle, Williams overthrown.
And there's going to be little things that they'll have to work with Berkeley. He looked really good in the first half, but that time he thought about it too long. That's one problem, younger quarterbacks sometimes, you got to get them out of their head a little bit. That time, he knew what he wanted. He thought through it. He planted, I better step into it, and then he holds on to it too long and lets the ball sail. But he'll get more in the rhythm of that as he goes along.
Well, the thing that Shelley is talking about, we still have that swirling wind down in the field. Middle blitz coming and the handoff to Bradford. Boy, almost ran over the defender. If he had gotten by Mike Muhammad, he was headed for some really big yardage, but a nice job by Mike to put a stop on him.
And Muhammad moves to the inside linebacker. He was at outside, and Bob Gregory is still looking for a good mix of linebackers. It's a really nice job of Muhammad bouncing back out, because remember last year, Zach Follett, Burrell Williams, Anthony Felder, they had a good group of linebackers. 3 of those 4 are gone, and so still trying to find the combination that works at that inside backer spot.
Third down, line to make, the 16 of Cal. Got a pass right there. First down plus about 5 yards. At the 11 is Bryce Butler. He's a freshman out of Norcross, Georgia.
And he's a guy that they're trying to get in. Remember, Ronald Johnson, who should be back from a collarbone injury for the Notre Dame game after the bye week, was their stretch the field guy. Butler, a young man with great hands and good speed, they're trying to get him more involved.
One of great bloodlines. Butler's dad played for 12 years in the NFL. He had a touchdown in last week's ball game against Washington State. Great protection this time. Breaks down, pass thrown complete, and the hit immediately on Damian Williams. And let's check in with Shelley down on the sideline.
Well, this USC sideline is as intense as any I'd seen, even when they're in a dogfight. Nobody is sitting down. Everybody is on their feet. They're on their line. They're starting into the White Stripes chant that they started doing during the Ohio State game. There is no let up in this team right now.
You know, Shelley, and I hate to oversimplify it, but in my estimation, it's called pride, because as we started off the telecast, we said any team that has lost their first 2 conference games has never won the Pac-10 Conference. Straight ahead with the handoff here, and Bradford's going to be met at around the 5-yard line.
And if you've ever had the pleasure of going out to a USC practice, you hear all the time about how they compete all the time. Well, okay, what does that mean? The one thing Pete Carroll has done, and think of all of the assistants that he's lost. Norm Chow, Steve Sarkisian, Nick Holt, all of these great coaches have moved on. But the one thing that's been consistent is they have the most up-tempo competitive practice I've ever seen at any level. And that transfers right onto the field. And of course, Steve Sarkisian took that same plan up to Washington, and you're starting to see Washington get back on the map after being one of the worst teams in college football last year.
This is the 13th play, Ed. 13th play of the drive. It started back at the 25. Pass over the middle, a little too high and hard for Damian Williams.
Again, this is, you get to a place where it's a little nitpicky, as well as they played on that drive. USC just does not seem to have a package that Berkeley and his mates are comfortable with once they get inside the 10-yard line. I think they're going to have to start using crossing routes, move him out of the pocket. What they're doing in that pocket's not working right now.
23-yard attempt, and he nails it. 8:35 left in the third quarter. 23-0 Trojans.
You know, as CEO of Southwest Airlines, I'm used to hearing yes a lot.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got it.
Of course. It's not because I'm CEO.
No. No.
No way.
No.
It's because at Southwest Airlines, we're built on customer service. That's why we're here.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Absolutely.
No problem. You can count on that from me.
You got your customer service right here.
Grab your bag. It's on.
Our vision. Redefine high definition. Create blacker blacks for brighter colors. Using greener methods. We're revolutionizing how you watch, listen, and live. At Vizio, we find a better way, and we make it for everyone.
On a road trip, I map out the cheapest gas station so I can save a few bucks. We can spend it on
dog food, bags of it. So we use a credit card that gives us cash back.
It's always good to buy only solid colored wrapping paper. It's good for every occasion, like
new snowblower. I got it off-season, half price. It's a man machine. It's aggressive.
At Citi, we know everyone's talking about spending smarter, and we've got lots of ways to help, like credit cards with cash back, because we all have to spend. So let's be smart about it, and that's why Citi never sleeps.
Best-in-class combination of power and fuel efficiency. Incredibly precise handling. Electronic stability control. 5-speed auto-stick transmission. Dodge Charger. It takes performance to a whole new level.
Blackout's changed everything.
This Thursday.
How can I tell you about what I saw?
At 8/7 Central, television's most talked about new drama. ABC's Flash Forward. All new Thursday at 8/7 Central on ABC.
College football in high definition is presented by Vizio.
Well, we are back in Berkeley, and I'll tell you what, folks, tomorrow is the full moon, but this thing tonight, the bay has been gorgeous to look at the last couple of nights, but I can't wait to be able to take a look at it once we get back to the hotel. Really pretty. High end over end, going to tell you, be taken by Vereen at the 11, and Vereen will fight it out across the 30-yard line. Well, the new season of ABC's Desperate Housewives is just getting started. An attack on Susan's daughter will have everyone wondering, well, how well do we really know our neighbors? Naughty affairs, crazy stalkers, and misbehaving young nieces spice up life on Wisteria Lane. ABC's Desperate Housewives, Sunday at 9, 8 Central.
Well, we might see desperate Golden Bears on this drive. You're down 20-0. 23-0. Wow, that's not a very good start.
Yeah, Mike Tepper. And he is a tough guy who is a leader of Cypress, California. And
it's not a good way to start.
It really is not. You get your talking to at halftime. You put your hands together and say, hey, we're going to go out there and make a ball game out of this. And you get a flag on first down. First time you have the ball. Blitz coming off that short side of the field. They throw it complete to Jones. And Marvin Jones, the ball came out. And they're saying he is down at the 35-yard line.
And the point I was getting to before that false start is I think Cal's got to go fast. They're already at 29 seconds off the 40-second play clock. Because of the way that USC is running the ball, you're going to have to get more than half a point per quarter to get back into this thing.
Javid Best does turn the corner short of the first down. It's going to be a 3rd down and 1. And nothing would electrify this crowd any more than to see number 4 get something really big and really positive.
Well,
and of course, Pete Carroll knows it better than anybody, and that's the reason his guys are saying, no matter what, we're going to make Riley beat us, but Javid Best is not going to.
9 carries, 31 yards. And Riley will hold on to it, duck it inside, and pick up the first down at the 41.
Well, USC has done for the last 2 years a wonderful job of controlling Javid Best. Back in 2007, he had a hip injury. He only got a couple of carries, but last year was held to 30 rushing yards against USC. And so they're trying anything now back in that direct snap to try to get anything going, because he's just been very tough against USC.
Well, gets a direct snap, gets to the open field at the 50, churning those legs, and listen to the crowd. He's got a 13-yard gain, and you would think he was 80. Now, they want so desperately to see him do well. Thomas on the tackle.
And they're going to need some big plays, not just out of number 4, but they're going to have to get Marvin Jones open down the field for Rand Tucker. And I think maybe get going a little bit longer. That's the longest run of the game.
That's right.
For Javid Best, and I don't blame him. Go right back to the direct snap.
Motion man fakes to him. This time Best goes down, maybe a gain of 1.5 yards, and that's it. Will Harris, senior out of Covina, is there to make the tackle. Now, those are your individual stats for Cal.
It's just been a very difficult night. Kevin Riley under 50%. He was under 50% last week against Oregon. Don't put it all on the quarterback. Things have been tough, but he has missed some big throws that he needs to hit.
Vereen. Now, tell you a story. Vereen looks a lot like Javid Best. And the head coach said there are not 2 guys that are bigger fans of the other guy than Vereen and Best are. But that's the kind of relationship that they have, which makes coaching a heck of a lot easier.
And it was Vereen last year when Javid Best was battling a bunch of injuries, an elbow injury, which he had surgery on during the offseason, a foot and ankle injury. And it was Vereen who went for 715 yards last year in his stead.
Vereen on the direct snap, and wow. He gets belted at the line of scrimmage. That was Shane Horton who came up to make the hit. I'll tell you what, Shane Horton, number 23, and Wes Horton, number 96, started this ball game tonight, and it's the first time since 1990 that brothers have started for a Southern Cal team, and it goes back to a couple of gentlemen, Don and Craig Gibson. There is Wes, who is on the sideline, obviously, right now, has just come out. And a timeout has been called. We'll take it with a 4:59 left in the third.
This thing rocks.
Lots of room back there in the back. Heavy, top of the line.
I mean, I can't think of a better word, but fantastic.
The all-new Dodge Ram 1500. The most award-winning truck of 2009 and winner of Strategic Vision's Total Quality Award.
Applebee's 2 for $20 deal has real food. New double glazed baby back ribs are now on the menu. Get 1 appetizer and 2 entrees for just $20. Even get it to go with car side to go. 2 for $20, only at Applebee's.
Hey, what do you know about the song in the dance in your mind? I see you dancing, but you never ever mark your words. Have you ever felt so lonely? She's got me dancing, she's got me dancing, she's got me dancing, and she's not one step behind.
John Hancock, the future is yours. Visit findtheanswers.com.
Enterprise, hi, I'm at the repair shop. I need to rent a car.
Enterprise will arrange to pick you up,
This is great.
drive you to our place, and get you on your way. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Saturday Night Football on ABC. Presented by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Dodge Ram, the truck that never backs down from a challenge. And Enterprise Rent-A-Car. We'll pick you up.
Well, we're back to play. And that pass, boy, had Best open and just overthrew it on 4th down.
Yeah, and I think it was the right call to go for it on 4th. And you don't want to say with 4:55 left in the 3rd, but you've got to make that throw. You've got to convert. But now USC takes over. Their last drive was so methodical. And I think you're going to start seeing some Cal fans head for the exits because that one felt like you had to have it and just couldn't connect.
Joe McKnight into the ballgame again at tailback. SC trying to make sure that they've got 7 at the line of scrimmage. They give it to McKnight, headed the other way, and he almost gets turned to flip. Gain of 1. Mac Wider in New York. Let's check with you.
Ron, here's what's happening on SportsCenter right now. The White Sox beat the Tigers tonight 5-1, while the Twins defeated the Royals 5-4. That means Detroit and Minnesota enter tomorrow's final day of the regular season in a flat-footed first-place tie in the American League Central. Meanwhile, Ja'Cory Harris has tossed his 3rd touchdown pass of the night. 21 unanswered points have Miami up 21-10 on the Sooners.
Can I be the first to say on the West Coast, wow. Great protection. Got his pass perfectly thrown and perfectly caught by Damian Williams. You know, if I'm a quarterback, that guy would become my favorite because drop is not in his vocabulary.
And he always does something with it after he catches the ball. You know, it's interesting coming into the season. Everybody expected a little bit of a Oregon Duck there, thrown by Berkeley, but got there. But everybody expected the offense to carry this USC team. Great offensive line coming back, all of those great running backs, Damian Williams. But it's really been the defense. And I know Cal hasn't looked great, but a goose egg so far. They gave up a touchdown at the very end of the game against Washington State, played lights out against Ohio State. This is a good group on defense.
Well, the comeback route, pass is caught by Williams, and then turns it upfield for about 5 more yards.
You know, you mentioned running into his family on the way out. Think of the decision process for a young man from Springdale, Arkansas.
Yes.
Played his freshman year, and Berkeley shaking out that arm. Maybe that bone bruise getting a little stiff as the game goes on. You see him do that a lot.
As it gets cooler.
Yeah. He's shaking out his hand. I think maybe, you know, sometimes you get hit on your elbow and your fingers go numb.
But you're right. That's a huge decision for a young man in a small town like Springdale, Arkansas. But he made the decision and finish the story in a minute as the running play goes for nothing. The guy who just carried the ball yesterday, I walked off the practice field with him, Joe McKnight, and with Damian, and I said, you guys are a long way from home. I'm from Texas. They both grinned, and I said, you know, Louisiana and Arkansas, we're neighbors right there. You ever get homesick? They just kind of grinned. Nobody said anything. They're happy out here. They're part of this team, and they want to contribute. And both have contributed mightily.
And it goes to the job that Pete Carroll has done really since he got there. A national footprint in recruiting. They're not afraid, again, the word compete, to go compete for anybody, anywhere.
Boy, good pressure. The ball is knocked out, and very wisely, instead of Berkeley trying to pick it up, as Eddie Young makes still another good play in this ball game defensively. Instead of trying to pick it up, he did the smart thing, just recover it.
Again, you know, these are all learning experiences. The good news if you're Berkeley is you get to learn that while recovering your own fumble and winning. In a winning ball game, but just knowing when to tuck it. You know, that's just a feel thing for a young quarterback. And some guys 8 years in the NFL still don't know how to do it.
3rd down. Got his pass, and Ailes drops it. Hills has a couple of, tidy receptions tonight. Big target at 6'5", maybe a little bit more. Couldn't hold on to that one. It's going to be 4th down.
And they're looking, they're at a 4th down at the 26-yard line. Congdon has a 42-yarder this year. I'm not quite sure what the thinking is here.
Well, they're going to go for it. Are they going to show that they're going for it? They're 1 of 2 on 4th down conversions tonight.
Might be because of that wind. A little too much wind in his face, possibly.
Yeah, exactly right. Blitz coming off the corner. They pick it up. Pass is tipped and intercepted at the 4-yard. Now they say did not hold on for the interception. That was Sean Cattouse, who was diving for the tipped ball.
Yeah, you look at that. It was a 43-yard field goal attempt. Congdon's long's 42 with the win. Now it makes sense why they went for 4th. And lucky for Cal that he did not make the interception. They get better field position because he didn't.
Today's AT&T All-America Flashback, Jason White. On November 6, 2004, this Oklahoma senior quarterbacked his team to a 42-35 victory over the Texas A&M Aggies, while racking up over 290 passing yards. The defending Heisman winner tied a school record that day, throwing 5 touchdown passes, including a late 39-yarder that proved to be the game winner. Text VOTE to 345-345 on your AT&T wireless phone to play All-America Trivia for a chance to win a trip to the national championship game.
Autotrader.com, we're changing the way people shop for new cars. Now, compare new cars from local dealers and find the best offers. It's one giant step for new car shoppers. Autotrader.com, the ultimate automotive marketplace.
When you need it fast, get it fast.
Sarah, you're home!
On the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T. Now get 50% off these Samsung touchscreen phones after mail-in rebate. Only from AT&T.
Ashley Tisdale joins Extreme Makeover Home Edition. All new ABC Sunday.
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
Well, one of the world-famous cable cars in San Francisco. And obviously, we're not very far away, just across the Bay Bridge. Tonight in Berkeley, California, in a sold-out house capacity here at Memorial Stadium. Cal comes out quickly, puts the ball up, and a man left on the sideline of Vereen caught the ball out of bounds. They had broken the huddle, come on the field, and Vereen, much akin to what Georgia Tech did in their ball game on a Thursday night.
Against Miami, yeah.
And nobody was out there for Southern Cal, and the ball was thrown out of bounds.
Yeah, this very top of the screen, and you can see Vereen, he's ducked down near the official, and nobody from USC sees him. And a completely blown opportunity. You throw that ball back towards the middle of the field, Vereen walks in, and it's 23-7. Wow. They had it set up perfectly. A great call by Jeff Tedford, just not executed.
Blitz coming right up the middle, and the ball is thrown to a tackle. That's Tepper, and flags come down everywhere. Obviously, we all know he can't catch the ball, but he wanted to make sure that Southern Cal didn't catch the ball.
Well, a lineman's dream is also a penalty.
Illegal touching on the offense, number 79. 5-yard penalty, previous spot, still second down.
Now correct me if I'm wrong. People say, why didn't he drop it? Even if he drops it, it still would be illegal touching.
The only way a lineman and an eligible receiver can touch it is if the defense has tipped it first.
Yes.
Or is tipped by your own player. Tipped by either an eligible receiver or a defensive player. Pretty good catch and run.
Tupou.
Yeah, made a little cut there at the end.
Christian Tupou, number 44, applying some heavy pressure on the quarterback, Kevin Riley. So Best is back in the ball game. Riley goes down hard at the 30.
And it looks to me like Nick Perry slow getting up. I think he's a guy you need for the stretch run. He suffered a bruised knee against Washington State, missed some practice time. If a coach sees that, I think you got to get 8 out of there. Don't let that injury get worse. You're up 23-0. Of course, the young man's not going to come out. He wants to keep playing, but don't let that bruise get worse than it already is.
Coming into the ball game tonight, in case you missed our conversation in the first half, he has 6 sacks in 4 ball games. There's a completion to Miller, the tight end, still fighting, and is finally going to be pushed out of bounds, and a flag comes in late at the 45-yard line, and that's going to be an additional 15 yards stepped off on the play.
And here comes Perry off the field, and that's going to be Taylor Mays going to be called. He didn't quit on the tackle on Anthony Miller once they got out of bounds. Tangled up, may not even have known they went out of bounds, but the proper call.
Personal foul on the defense, number 2, 15-yard penalty from the end of the run, first down.
Good throw by Riley. Some decent protection, able to step up into the pocket. And Mays comes to, nice hustle to come finish it up, but watch, he just never stops. Well, that's right on the edge. He can't tell he's out of bounds. It wasn't dirty, just, continued to play a little too long.
Well, here's a look at the young man we've talked a lot about tonight, Nick Perry, and he came to the bench and said, I need to be spelled, and they had him on the ground checking his knee. Is that pass overthrown, looking for Vereen?
And you see everything you need to see in that shot right there. Riley mad at himself because he had Vereen running in a ravine with nobody, with the trailing guy behind him on his hip. If he hits him, the safeties are turned, looking at outside receivers. That's 2 plays on this drive that have hit Vereen in stride. He may have walked into the end zone.
Gonna run it, and will pick up close to 10 yards on the play. Finally making the tackle was Shane Horton, one of the Horton brothers playing tonight. And by the way, for Shane, he is number 3 as far as on the list of weak side linebacker. Jordan Campbell was a backup. He turned an ankle last week. And Shane, they moved him up from safety. They say he's a very cerebral player. One of the reasons that they thought that they could move him into that linebacking spot, even though he's undersized.
Well, so many ankle injuries at that linebacker spot. The depth was such that they had to take a guy from safety and bring him down.
Into the third quarter. Let's take a break. 23-0. Trojans on top.
Best-in-class combination of power and fuel efficiency. Incredibly precise handling. Electronic stability control. 5-speed auto-stick transmission. Dodge Charger. It takes performance to a whole new level.
Appetizers, gentlemen.
I'll start with the steak tartare.
I'll have the same. But hold the tartare sauce.
The more you save on insurance, the more you'll have for football. Are you in good hands?
ABC Sunday.
Oh, my God.
How well do you know your neighbors?
I want to hurt her.
They're the naughty ones.
Who knew you were such a wild woman?
The crazy stalker ones.
I'm here for you.
The pretty strict ones.
We bought some beer. Can I borrow your mace?
The distraught ones.
My daughter is hooked up to a machine.
And the suspicious ones.
How does a fish get caught?
He opens his mouth.
ABC's Desperate Housewives. All new Sunday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
The Game of the Week Challenge, Thursday on News 10.
Hello? Dave, what's going on? Hey, man, you sound great. Did you get a new phone? Nope. Switched to Vonage. Sound quality's incredible, right? It's like you're in the room. Yeah, it's only $24.99 a month. It's like you're literally right here. Yeah, it does sound good. It's Bill.
Oh. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Karen. Bill says hi.
High quality sound. And now with Vonage, get unlimited calls around the world. Call now, 877-4Vonage.
Most people just want to have a voice and be heard, especially now. Well, what if a TV station did that for you? What if local TV thought your comments were important to talk about?
We want to thank you for all of your comments.
What if local TV let you ask the questions?
And we already have a number of questions from viewers.
What if a TV station realized that connecting starts with you? I invite you to watch and let us hear you and see how News 10 and News10.net are connecting with our community.
So we are back for the final 15 of this matchup between Cal and USC. And in case you missed the top of our telecast tonight, this literally is an elimination game. Both teams already have a loss in conference play. Nobody's ever opened a conference 0-2 in conference play and won the Pac-10. Gets the pass away, incomplete. Well, here are the stats through 3 quarters. You see time of possession huge, but also average per play and a total of 386. And when you consider that Cal has 232, but 66 of those came on the very first drive. And, you know, this one right here is the closest thing to anything that they've had going that they might get close to that end zone. Riley gets this one out, has it complete in the flat at the 30 at the 25-yard line. And it's going to be short of the first down, but very, very close. If you're Jeff Tedford, you know, on the sideline, what do you tell these guys?
You know, it's interesting going back to 2007 when they had that slide at the end of the season after Oregon State. He said, I spent so much time on the X's and O's, I kind of forgot about the mood of the team.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he's got to be looking at. He's got a fragile bunch after they lost to Oregon, that terrible loss on the road. And Ron, to come out on that first drive and throw that interception, I think it just took the wind out of their sails. So to answer your question, I'm not sure what you tell the guys. Just difficult position to be in.
Job at best. I think he's going to have the first down here. And then to further complicate the issue, on their very first offensive play of the second half, so a lineman moved and they start off with a penalty, and it's a 1st and 15. So it's just, you know, things have continued to compound.
And as this drive here, 23-0, and they're taking their time. I'm not sure they can get back in this ball game now that we're into the 4th quarter. But this is important, I think, for the rest of their season, just to get a little bit of confidence.
Riley for the end zone, just a little high. Boy, Sparks was there, the redshirt freshman out of Merced, California.
Sparks, a tight end at 6'2", 230, kind of a tweener between a receiver and a tight end. And talking to first-year offensive coordinator Andy Ludwig, of course, came from Utah's great Sugar Bowl victory, straight to Cal to be the offensive coordinator. So we're going to start to use him a little more. Put a little more air on that ball, but that's a young guy.
He's one of the guys that they also talk about. He gives him speed. They can get some vertical movement out of him. As Best is going to take it for a couple, and that's it. Michael Morgan is there to make the play defensively. Morgan is another of a young group that, I mean, he's a junior, but they're looking for huge things from him, and they said he could be as pleasant a surprise, him along with Nick Perry, as anybody on the defense this year.
And Chris Gallipo, the middle linebacker. This defense is set by him. such a fine player in the middle. He's not a wow guy like Malaluga was, second-round pick of Cincinnati. But
had that interception
really
against Ohio State. Took it 51 yards. Pass incomplete. Looking for Best.
And now for Cal. You're at 23, so you're thinking 3 touchdowns and 2-point conversions at this point. I think this is the right call not to take the 3, because you can make this a 3-touchdown affair if you get 2-point conversions in there. So I think on 4th and 8, the right call. I'd like to see Riley move out of the pocket. Don't stand in the middle there, because he can run if he has to.
Well, the crowd actually kind of timid and making a lot of noise on this 4th down play. Blitz off the corner. Morgan makes the hit. And I mean, as soon as the ball was delivered, he was being taken down by Morgan and also Chris Gallipo, the linebacker that Ed was just talking about.
Well, and you had to think that Pete Carroll and Rocky Seto were going to bring pressure here, which they did. And, you know, I was thinking they would move the pocket. But that was a nice call.
23-0, SC.
I was always going. Having to go in the middle of traffic and just starting and stopping. Having to go in the middle of a ball game and then not being able to go once I got there. And going at night. I thought I had a going problem. My doctor said I had a growing problem.
It wasn't my bladder. My prostate was growing. I had an enlarging prostate that was causing my urinary symptoms.
My doctor prescribed Avodart.
Over time, Avodart actually shrinks the prostate and improves urinary symptoms.
So I can go more easily when I need to go, and go less often.
Avodart is for men only. Women should not take or handle Avodart due to risk of a specific birth defect. Do not donate blood until 6 months after stopping Avodart. Tell your doctor if you have liver disease. Rarely sexual side effects, swelling, or tenderness of the breasts can occur. Only your healthcare provider can tell if symptoms are from an enlarged prostate and not a more serious condition like prostate cancer. So have regular exams. Call your doctor today. Avodart, help take care of your growing problem.
A work of art, a finely tuned machine, a sanctuary, a command center, a sophisticated sedan, a sports car. Nissan Maxima, the ultimate dual threat. Now get a new Nissan Maxima for 0% APR financing for 60 months. Nissan, proud partner of the Heisman Trophy.
ABC Tuesday at 10/9 Central.
You're saying he played pro and no one would remember him?
An unsung hero must be identified even if it means crossing the line.
Because of you, the killer could go free.
ABC's The Forgotten. All new Tuesday at 10/9 Central on ABC.
And we are back. I mean, SC quickly to the line of scrimmage. Boy, the defense has not allowed a touchdown in the 4th quarter this season. And on this play right there, nice defense by Eddie Young and Alan Bradford. Pulled him down for maybe about a half-yard loss.
And the student section trying to get into it a little bit right now for Cal, because it's not going to be good enough for Cal's defense to not give up a touchdown here in the 4th quarter. They're going to need some turnovers. And they're going to need to start popping that ball out. And I think they're also going to have to try, if a ball's on the ground, pick it up, take it in for 6, because their offense obviously needs a little help.
Berkeley, look out from behind, puts it up on top, and the ball is intercepted. And that is Brett Johnson with the pickoff. First turnover of the night for the Trojans.
And really the first mistake, big mistake that we've seen by the freshman quarterback Berkeley. He had pressure And as the pressure's closing in around his legs, he lets this ball go, and he completely underthrows it and put too much air on the ball. I mean, that was easy for Johnson to run under, but it was the pressure on Berkeley. He should have come down, either thrown that away, and that's exactly what Jeremy Bates. And there's the arm. You know, I'm starting to think maybe that arm's gotten a little sore on Matt Berkeley. We've seen him a couple of times.
Or maybe stiff with the cooler weather.
Good point.
Ross, 40, 35-30. Hit down hard by Taylor Mays at the 25-yard line. It's a gain of 24. And this is the first time tonight that Cal has taken the ball over in Trojan territory.
And we've seen this play twice. This is the second time they've run the reverse. Nice job by Kevin Riley out blocking. Watch Taylor Mays come in and clean this up. But now, yeah, he'll tattoo you if you let him. Nice job by Riley, working one-on-one that time on the outside there.
That's the longest play of the night by Cal. Riley looks, pressure in the middle, gets it away, has it complete at the 14. This is Tucker, and he will fight his way to around the 10-yard line. And Mike Weinert, let's check in with you in New York.
All right, Ryan, time for our AT&T All-American Player of the Week update. Notre Dame receiver Golden Tate had the second-best reception day in Irish history. 244 yards on 9 catches and a touchdown in the overtime win over Washington. Cast your vote. Text VOTE to 345-345 from your mobile phone.
Okay, Matt, thanks very much. Our situation, it's the Bears trying to get on the scoreboard for the first time tonight. Job at best in that direct snap offense, and I mean the minute the ball got there, Michael Morgan just blew through the gap and was right there to make the tackle. Very, very quick young man.
You know, it was interesting. We were talking to Rocky Seto, the new defensive coordinator, and Pete Carroll about this defense, and they talked about all the guys that they lost. Everybody was so concerned, but this new linebacking crew, which is down a couple of guys. You mentioned Jordan Campbell ankle, Malcolm Smith ankle. There's just been a bunch of guys banged up. Shane Horton had to come down from safety, but they just talked about this group, and they really think that they've stepped up and played great.
Riley on second down, gets it away, throws it incomplete, a little bit low. It's about the only place he could deliver it, though, to Ross, and that'll stop the clock with 10:53 left in our ball game.
And for Cal, trying to get 10:54, got a turnover. You're down 3 touchdowns and a couple of two-point conversions, so it's not completely out of hand. Kind of a methodical night again by USC's defense.
And now a timeout called by SC. Let's take it with them. 10:53 left in the ball game.
You don't see all the 5,000 quality tests we put the Nissan Altima through. But you can see the result. The Nissan Altima, ranked highest mid-size car in initial quality by J.D. Power and Associates. Right now, lease a new Nissan Altima for just $199 a month or get $1,500 cash back. Look closer. Nissan delivers.
Let's put a few thousand kilowatts in a vise. Squeeze some savings back into our budget. Into our attics and walls. Let's locate the original energy source called you. And turn that machine up full blast. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Come get 50% more savings on insulation with a new lower price of just $9.37 per roll.
My school couldn't afford to buy a piano, So my mom decided to give them ours. It's the piano her dad gave her when she was a little girl. She loved it so much. I don't know why she was so happy to give it away.
Saturday Night Football on ABC, presented by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com, grab your bag, it's on. Nissan Maxima, proud partner of the Heisman Trophy. And Taco Bell, think outside the box.
Well, the University of California Museum of Paleontology is an active center of national and international research and houses one of the nation's largest collection of fossils. Part of the capacity house here tonight at Memorial Stadium. And it is a 3rd down for the Bears. Riley looks for the end zone. Ball is tipped out of the back of the end zone by a defender from SC.
Well, and here comes the field goal unit. Interesting because last time they were in this position, they went for the touchdown. So I was thinking they would do the same thing here, but obviously not.
Well, D'Amato, this is going to be a 29-yard attempt for him. He's 0 for 1 on the evening. He got it. 23-3, our new score. We'll be right back.
Your number. It's the amount you need to have saved to retire the way you want. And lately, it seems your number is more at risk than ever. ING can help you find ways to protect your number while you work toward it. So your number can be there for you or your family later. Find your number and discover ways you can protect it at ingyournumber.com.
Dad!
Sorry, Sport. We're cutting back. Okay.
School's like 2 miles away.
We're cutting back on gas. We're also saving with Verizon Wireless Friends and Family. Calling to any 10 out-of-network numbers. Mobile to mobile, nights and weekends, plus messaging. All unlimited.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Hey. Okay, party's over.
It all adds up to a great deal when you add the kits for just $9.99 each. Get great messaging phones for under $50 like the Alias 2, Verizon Wireless.
When I think of value, I think of Wrangler. Always have.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. Built comfortable. Priced right.
You can pay more, but you won't get more.
Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans.
A work of art. A finely tuned machine. A sanctuary. A command center. A sophisticated sedan. A sports car. Nissan Maxima, the ultimate dual threat. Now get a new Nissan Maxima for 0% APR financing for 60 months. Nissan, proud partner of the Heisman Trophy.
I'm a shrimp blogger. I've traveled the globe to find the perfect prawn. So when I found out Taco Bell had Pacific shrimp tacos with 6 succulent marinated shrimp, I had to try one immediately. The new Pacific shrimp taco, only at Taco Bell.
Television's most talked about new drama, ABC's Flash Forward, all new Thursday.
So we are back. Good look at Corp, Aaron Corp, and he is warming up on the sidelines with Berkeley, and Berkeley is one who has his headgear on. Obviously, Corp does not, so he's trying to help out his teammate to make sure that Matt can keep that shoulder warm.
A little interesting wrinkle this week at practice for USC. Mitch Mustaine and Aaron Corp actually traded snaps with the second team, so some speculation that Mustaine may be getting back in the conversation for the second string spot.
This is Gable, and he will be taken down at the 35-yard line. Now let's take a look at our Pacific Life game summary.
Well, and so often What happens falls on the quarterbacks. Matt Berkeley with a new career high. You're going to hear that a few more times, I would think, this year with 259 yards. And for Kevin Riley, another tough outing. Tough outing last week in his home state of Oregon. And this Cal offense, it's almost unbelievable. 3 points against Oregon last week, 3 points this week. Kind of hard to figure out what's going on with these guys.
This is McKnight. Nothing to the outside, and he will take it as far as he can and just go down. Derek Hill, big number 76, comes over to make the tackle. You know, you were talking about Berkeley and, you know, the kudos that he is receiving and will continue to get. I'll tell you, I watched young Andrew Luck today for the Stanford Cardinal. He's a redshirt freshman, and I'll tell you, to me, he's got All-American written all over him.
You know, and I talked to some folks at Washington. Now, granted, Washington got beat up pretty good by Stanford, but they said they thought Stanford was better than LSU and USC. So Stanford at 3-0, it's got to be a part of the conversation now in the Pac-10. And you're right, he's an awfully good player.
Well, that pass complete, and stepping out of bounds is Osbury. You know, the young man comes from extremely good bloodlines. His father, Oliver, was a great player in West Virginia, was drafted by the Houston Oilers, played professionally. And so Andrew's got he's got a good shot at becoming very famous as far as Stanford is concerned.
In that game today against UCLA, the score seemed closer than the game. I mean, that game was completely controlled.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
First down, the ball resting at the 48-yard line of Cal. And just straight ahead, not much. Muhammad on the tackle of McKnight. And the top 10, go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, and I think you look at USC down there at number 7, and I think that they are sitting in a catbird seat because you've got 3 teams from the SEC, so figure at least 2 are going to have 1 loss when it's over. Boise State's strength of schedule is awful. I think that the computers are not going to like them at all. Virginia Tech struggles against Duke, so you figure they're going to lose again. I think USC is sitting in about the perfect spot. Now they've got a tough one on the road, got a bunch of tough ones on the road, including having to go to Notre Dame. So they're not out of the woods, but I think they're sitting in a great spot to get back into the national title picture.
Damian Williams close to the first down. I don't think he's going to have it. Ron Franklin, along with Ed Cunningham and Shelley Smith. And good to have you along with the 8:20 left in our ball game. And Southern Cal on top, 23-3, and the Trojans are driving again.
Well, and as long as that play took to call, I wonder if this is going to be a play-action throw. That took Berkeley a long time to call a quarterback sneak off his wristband, didn't it?
Draw it in the dirt.
Yeah.
Derek Hill again makes the stop. By the way, we mentioned that Mohammed made that tackle a moment ago, and Mike Mohammed tonight has recorded in double figures. He has 10 tackles.
And they're going to call timeout. Looks like we clearly have a first down. But going back to that, how USC gets into this national title picture. When you look at the human polls, the USA Today and the Harris poll, which are used for 2/3 of it, remember that you get your percentage based off the percentage of the number of points you have in that poll. So if one team has 1,480 and another team has 1,472, it's a virtual tie. So what really ends up happening when you have a bunch of teams squeezed at the top, the computers become way more important. And USC, with a very difficult schedule at Ohio State, they still have to play at Notre Dame, at Oregon, Oregon State, and at Arizona State, and these are all in the next few weeks. USC's computer, when the rankings come out, BCS first, October 18th, the computers are going to love these guys.
I don't know what Pete Carroll is upset about, but he is. It appears, I don't think that was an official. I think it was one of his coaches. Let's take a timeout. 23-3 SC, and they're driving again.
I'm Dr. Love. This is Dr. Pepper Cherry. It has a kiss of cherry flavor. This devilish elixir has a kiss of cherry.
Dad, it's not kiss. It's kiss of cherry.
It's amazingly smooth. Be smooth.
Dr. Pepper Cherry is amazingly smooth. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
The things that matter to me are worth covering, and covering well.
So when I'm insuring my car, I'm really covering so much more.
With coverage that's smart when I buy it and smarter when I need it.
Join the thousands of us getting better auto coverage at a better price under the Travelers umbrella.
Get better coverage with Travelers and save an average of $383. To find an agent near you or to get a quote, visit travelers.com or call 1-800-MY-COVERAGE.
So here we are in the fourth quarter. No time left, and the touchdown is under review.
Hey, guys, what do you think?
We're not ready to go yet. Is there any way you can send this thing into overtime?
No problem.
I don't know what he was looking at, but we're going into overtime.
Buffalo Wild Wings. You have to be here.
This could finally end it. Unbelievable.
You're watching ESPN on ABC.
So we are back in Berkeley. It's situation a first down and 10 for the Trojans. And they own the football at the Cal 38-yard line, leading by 20. We have 7:41 left to play in the ball game. Joe McKnight going for just a couple. And let's go down to the sideline. Shelley Smith, what do you got for us?
Well, there is one restless Trojan in Los Angeles, and that would be Stephon Johnson, who has been on his Twitter account saying, I'm doing all the things I'm not supposed to be doing because of all the excitement, Ron.
Hey, that's good to hear. That's very good to hear.
And all the Eye Blacks have the 13. But they have to keep his head completely still because of the surgery in his throat. They don't want anything to be moving around. I'm sure he wants to jump up out of that bed and celebrate a little bit.
In his heart, he is. McKnight. And it's going to be third down. Cameron Jordan on the stop out of Chandler, Arizona. SC just trying to run this clock down. Coming into the ball game is Stanley Havili. And, you know, you might keep an eye for him, but we have talked tonight about his abilities to catch the ball.
You know, one thing we haven't seen tonight, I don't believe, is Berkeley faking a handoff and rolling to his right. Early on in the season against San Jose State and Ohio State, we saw that a lot. You have two receivers here to his right. Maybe this is the time we'll see it.
Well, Havili is the man at the top of your screen. And they give it to McKnight, running play. 5, 10, 15, he's off at the 10, and now inside the 10 to around the 6. It is a 1st and goal, Southern Cal. And what a block by Anthony McCoy on the play, the big tight end that Ed talked about, that he's really good.
He's as good a blocking tight end that I've seen in a while. That play, that's exactly what he did on the other side against Ohio State, where Stephon Johnson walked into the end zone for the winning touchdown, and it was the exact same play. And I remember he celebrated after that play like he had scored the touchdown because it looked exactly that way, just flop it over to the other side. He's a sensational blocker.
That's McCoy in motion, the young man that Ed's talking about. And they give it to McKnight, squares his shoulders and picks up a couple of yards.
Alan McCoy, a senior. He can catch it. He can run with it. He can block. He's 6'5", 250 pounds. Smells like an NFL tight end to me, doesn't it?
It does to me, too. It looks as though Mohammed just picked up another tackle on the play, which would give him at least 11.
This is where USC needs the most work. They've really struggled inside the 10 when they have a 1st and goal situation.
Second down, McKnight. Touchdown, Trojans. Rhett Ellison this time with a paving block. And by the way, happy birthday to Rhett Ellison. Today is his birthday.
that's young man laying in the hospital back in Los Angeles. I hope he stayed still. Stefan Johnson, that was his specialty. So they're still trying to figure out who the guy's going to be who can walk into the end zone. Well, that was pretty good blocking up front for McKnight.
Okay, watch the block. It comes for Joe McKnight. And you see
good cutback. Osbury fighting everybody. At 235 pounds, always good to have a receiver who can finish his blocks in the end zone. So we'll take a look at the Cunningham cam, a weekly feature where I take my little flip cam and go find something out in the back scenes. And one of the things that Jeff Tedford brought with him to Cal was what he calls the academic game plan. And every single week, the players meet with their position coaches and they go through what their assignments are. John Giesel is the man who runs this program, a former player here at Cal. But this is something that Jeff Tedford always wanted to do. He did it while he was at Fresno State. They didn't do it at Oregon, but when he became a head coach, and they just found it brings the accountability up for the players, and their graduation rate since he's gotten here at a very difficult school has gone through the roof. So that plan is really working well for Cal.
88% graduation rate is something any school in this land would be extremely proud of, and I know they are here at Cal.
You know, talking to Javid Best about the program, he said when your coach has that much invested in your academics, it makes you think that they care more about you than just as a football player.
This is Marine, and he will be stopped just short of the 30-yard line.
And that academic game planner is a heck of an investment of time for the coaches.
I started to say there are a lot of staffs that would not want to do that.
No.
And would complain to the head coach.
Yep. And Jeff Tedford, he requires it of his assistant coaches so that there is no mystery. You know, all of a sudden a young man might get himself ineligible. They know all the way along what he's doing, when his assignments are due.
What do you mean you're flunking math?
Yeah, we talked about it last week.
Riley finally gets out of bounds at the last moment. Heavy pressure coming from Nick Perry. He's not going to get credit for his 7th sack, but he was darn close.
You know, it's interesting because we saw Nick Perry come out earlier. I don't think it was a bruised knee. He was drinking some Gatorade and he was stretching. I think he might have had a cramp because if he had re-injured that bruised knee, I'm pretty sure number 8 would have his shoulder pads off right about now.
No, I think you're exactly right. Well, here we come with the Wildcat formation again. Javid Best directly. No, I beg your pardon. He's in the backfield, but Riley gets the snap and the ball off the fingertips of the receiver, Jones. All right, Ed, there's always a drawing board to go back to, but if you coach Tedford, you know, what is your drawing board? You know, are you gonna create just a bad situation if you start trying another quarterback?
Well, you know, they really like Bo Sweeney, the backup. Of course, he comes from good bloodlines as well. His father, Kevin, was record-setting quarterback at Fresno State. His grandfather, Jim, was a legendary coach at Fresno State. And we saw him in practice the other day. He's got a lively arm.
Yeah.
The coaches think a lot about him. But even though Riley has struggled tonight and last week, it's hard to put it all on him. Last week, there was pressure that got after him. That's a look at Bo Sweeney, who sends in the signals. But they think this guy's got a really bright future. He beat out Brock Manchin for that second-string spot. But I don't think you could put it all on Riley. This offensive line still trying to find its way. Of course, they're replacing Alex Mack at center, who's All-American last year.
Riley is going to go down. And the first man there, I think Malik Jackson will get credit for at least half of the sack. And by the way, you know, speaking of Bo Sweeney, he not only is very accomplished as a young quarterback, he's also, there's a list on the wall in the coach's offices, and he's in the top 10 academically as well. Well, near sideline, the ball is going to be overthrown to Tucker.
And it is really hard, Ron. We've been around this game for a really long time, because when things are going great, the quarterback probably gets too much credit, And when things are going bad, they probably get too much blame. And Jeff Tedford with a long list of great quarterbacks that he has coached, and he's developed some really good ones. That's why he is a head coach at this level, for what he did at Fresno State and then at Oregon, and has had some really good guys here at Cal. And he knows that. And I don't know that he's going to have a quick trigger on this because, again, they take too much blame and too much credit.
Well, the pass is gotten away, and just as the ball was gotten away, quarterback gets annihilated, and then as the ball was released, the receiver just almost was eviscerated as he just disappeared on the turf and the ball came loose. And that's Gallipo with the hit on one of them anyway, and I think Casey was the other one inside.
Well, Gallipo, I don't know if there's another, and that's Jarrell Casey, who we expected big things out of tonight. But Gallipo, I'm not so sure if there's a more important guy on this team than Chris Gallipo.
High hanging spiral. Fair catch is called for, and Williams makes it. That was the 7th punt of the night by California. Well, stay tuned for the Ford wrap-up, and that's going to come up right after the ball game. Right now we have 3:22 left to play. And Southern Cal comfortably on top by 27. And Berkeley stays in the ball game at quarterback for SC.
Yeah, and I know he's a young guy and you want to get him some reps, but you just always get fearful. Game's in hand. It's over. I know you want this young man to learn, but you just get fearful. If he's your guy, why risk the injury?
C.J. Gable in the game at tailback. He wears number 2. And they'll give the ball to him. And Gable with fresh legs tries the outside and stays in bounds very wisely. And well, here's a recap of your game plan tonight, Ed.
Let's see if I was on the money or off for USC. Moved McKnight around. He had 2 wide receiver plays. They did run some screens to him, though. Play action short yardage, 7 for 12, 113 yards. And California defense, 1 quarterback sack. There was the 1 interception, but that was more just because of pressure. So USC, I think you could say, executed their plan, and maybe Cal did not.
Shoemate in the ball game at fullback, and this running play will go straight ahead. Mike Mohammed makes still another tackle. Interesting note about Shoemate, and we talked in the coaches' meetings yesterday. Shoemate wears number 10 for Southern Cal. He's a sophomore out of Corona. And Ed and I both said when we saw the 2 deep, that is the first time I've ever seen a wide receiver move to fullback.
Yep, he was a guy that they wanted. He had gotten thicker and bigger, and they said, well, we need another fullback in there with Havili, and they like, of course,
right there,
because they're so used to Havili having great hands, they want a guy who has hands who can catch, and they said, well, let's see if Shoemate can do it, and he's done a pretty nice job.
Yeah, he has. Both of those guys can really create mismatches for a defense. This is Gable, short of the first down. Going to be a 4th down for Southern Cal. Clock runs at 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the ball game.
As we start looking down the road for USC, well, they are in a tough stretch. On the road against Cal today, they get a bye, then they go to Notre Dame, Oregon State, which of course we know what happened last year when Jacquizz Rodgers went for about 180 against them, then at Oregon and at Arizona State. So 4, including tonight, 4 of the next 5 on the road. And starting to see some of these teams in the Pac-10 playing pretty good defense. And then you got Stanford right there waiting for you after you get off the road twice, who you and I both agree, pretty solid club there, Palo Alto.
I don't think there's any question about that. I guess the best thing that Pete Carroll can say is today is the 3rd, and they don't play Notre Dame until the 17th. So, you know, as you pointed out, that they got that week off, and with all the injuries that they have, particularly on defense.
And Ronald Johnson. All indications are that he'll be back for that Notre Dame game, and he was last year the deep threat for Mark Sanchez. So it'd be nice to get him back for USC.
Hartman gets his kick away. Good coverage kick, very high. And the ball is muffed. on the ground. And Thompson, was he able to get back on it? SC football.
Let's take a couple knees, USC. Get on the bus and get out of here. Well, that's really just kind of a snapshot of Cal's night. Actually, Cal's last 2 weeks.
Drew McAllister, I believe, is the man who made the recovery. Yep.
And now the question for Cal, where do you go from here? Because, and Jeff Tedford admitted back in 2007 as Barkley comes out to take the knee that he spent too much time worrying about the X's and O's, spent way too much time not dealing with the emotions, and he's going to have a lot of tough emotions to work.
So here's a look at the Pac-10 standings. Stanford on top, 3-0 in conference play. And you see Arizona, Oregon, perfect. SC will move to 2-1. And then Washington at 1-1. And so on down the list. And the victory formation, there's nothing that thrills a football team anymore, or a coaching staff as well, that victory formation taking the knee. And this one is about to go into the record books as a 30-3 win, with the Trojans upending the Golden Bears here at in Berkeley, California. And let's go down to the sideline. Here's Shelley Smith. Shelley?
How are you so able to dominate this game on both sides of the ball?
I don't know. We just played really nice football all the way throughout. Special teams did a great job. Best four on the field. I mean, a lot of great stuff happened tonight. We really wanted to do really well up here to get this second half of this season going. And I think we took a big step. I love what Matt Barkley did again tonight.
What tone did Taylor May's interception set at the very beginning?
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge, making a statement that we were going to be in it, you know. But with the drive after was what was fantastic, you know. 80 yards and going down the field right down. It was really big time.
Finally, Stephon Johnson's back in L.A. watching. What do you want to say?
Yeah, Stephon, man, we love you. Hey, we're coming by. Wake up. Don't go to bed tonight now. We're going to rock the house at that hospital.
Thanks, Pete.
Okay. Shelley, thanks so much. 30-3 our final, Southern Cal. Now let's go to John Saunders in Times Square studio for this update. John.
Ron, thanks a lot. John Saunders back in our ABC College Football Studios. USC has won for the second straight time after that loss to Washington. Meanwhile, Cal loses for the second straight time, and they lose in a hearty fashion as well. Right now, we want to take you out to bonus coverage at Miami. The Hurricanes hosting the Oklahoma Sooners. Let's join Brent Musburger.
You're welcome, the rest of you, from the Pacific. Miami leading Oklahoma by a point, 21-20. Here is Jarvis James, the running back. 136 yards here tonight behind an offensive line that was widely criticized after last Saturday's loss up in Blacksburg at the hands of Virginia Tech. These guys were under fire all week long down here in South Florida. Fox, Franklin, Trump, Figueroa, and Pippo, they have done a fabulous job here tonight. Second down and 7, 2:49. Oklahoma desperately needing the ball back. And again, a steady dive. But this time, the Sooners stop it. Reynolds, middle linebacker.
Sooners used their last time out, making this 3rd and 6. The ball game here for Bob Stoops. They've got to come up with a stop here on this 3rd down.
The entire world blacked out. Everyone saw a vision of their own future. Now the race is on to discover why. The most talked about new drama of the fall season. ABC's Flash Forward, all new this Thursday at 8, 7 Central on ABC. Well, quite a day in college football as LSU rallies against Georgia, Notre Dame in overtime over Washington. How about Jake Locker, the Husky quarterback, and what he's done this year? Are you aware that last month the California Angels paid Locker $300,000 to play center field. They don't even know if he wants to play baseball again in 2 years. That means that they're paying for his scholarship out there, but he took Notre Dame into overtime. You'll see the highlights on ESPN right after this game. 21-20 now. Miami with a 1-point lead, 2.5 minutes.
Does Whipple run the football here to keep the clock moving, or does he get aggressive here, potentially trying to pick up this first down and throw with his young quarterback?
Well, Whipple wants the timeout. With Andy Reid and the Eagles, or before that he was with the Steelers, it's automatic you got to throw when you face a 3rd and 6. But a little more of a decision to make of the college game, especially the way they've run the ball here.
You know that Oklahoma is going to put everybody right up to line of scrimmage. Linebackers attacking, safeties up close. If you're able to take the risk for the way they did on the first play and roll Harris out away from that pressure, give him a chance to either just throw a high percentage throw or just run the football to stay in bounds.
Mike James, 22, is the young fullback. He'll be in front of Javaris. Play action, they're going to throw it. Got the first down. Epps coming off that tight end spot. When in doubt, go to the tight end, and Jacory says that's the play we wanted.
Nice job here. Again, the linebackers came up. They're expecting run. There's no way Miami's going to throw this. And Epps slips right behind the linebackers. Nice patience and poise once again from Jacory Harris. Sits in there with time to throw and finds his man Epps. So again, Epps doesn't have a lot of catches, but the catches he has made tonight have been significant for this offense.
Oklahoma out of timeouts. The idea here from Whipple is to keep it running. James breaks free to the 14-yard line.
After you give up a huge 3rd down, this Miami offense is feeling good and the Oklahoma defense is down. And Miami attacks him here. Look at the blocking. We've talked all night about this offensive line. One of them, the helmet pops off. Javaris James running like a madman tonight. 15 carries, 150 yards. I tell you, those first 4 games in August look pretty daunting. 2-2 look pretty good to me. They're going to sit here at 3-1.
Miami on the verge of a big upset over Oklahoma. And Oklahoma's last 3 games outside of Norman have not gone well. Here tonight. Then BYU down Dallas way to open this season. And of course last January right here the national championship. Tonight they were without their Heisman Trophy winner again for the 3rd straight week. Jacory Harris, Randy Shannon, and the Canes have done it. A huge win for the ACC as well.
Thing I wanted to see from Miami after their big start at 2-0, how would they respond after what happened in Blacksburg? And I think they showed America that this Miami team is a very, very talented team.
Let's go down below now to Lisa.
Thanks, Brent. I'm with Jacory Harris. Jacory, the play of the game was that completion on that last drive, 3rd and 6. Describe the play for me and what happened.
Well, the play was just the basic play action. We knew that they was going to draw to the run, but we knew that we were going to have something coming behind them, so we just ran a simple drag with a play action, and, it just came successful.
Now, you started off the game with 2 interceptions on the first 2 possessions. What were you thinking after that?
Man, you know, stuff happens. You know, you come through, you got the jitters, but at the same time, my offense and, you know, my defense stood behind me. Everybody patted me on my back and told me they know that's not me. And I just had to step it up and, you know, make up on them.
Now, when did things start really clicking for you? When did things start really clicking for you?
You know, when the offense really started getting behind me, everybody just came and gave me support, and I just said, man, around the second quarter, man, I got to do this. I got to be the one to step up and lead them.
Now, I see on the side of your head, it says you swag. What does that mean?
It's just you swag. You know, I'm not trying to be too confident or arrogant, but that's something we got to bring back to the program.
All right, thanks, and congratulations.
All right, appreciate it.
Brent?
Lisa, they invented swagger. So against 4 ranked teams, they come out 3-1. A fabulous opening month by the Miami Hurricanes as we turn the page to November now. In the thick of things, and Ja'Cory Harris, one of the fine young quarterbacks in the country. Well, once again, our final score, 21-20. Miami beats back Oklahoma. Next Saturday, Herbie, you and I will be in Iowa City for Saturday Night Football on ABC. Michigan will take on Iowa. It's a Big Ten showdown at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now let's take you to Times Square now for the Ford wrap-up. Here is Matt Weiner.
Thank you, Brent, and welcome to the Ford wrap-up. Just over in Knoxville, Auburn and Tennessee, 10-point lead for the Tigers. Chris Todd to Terrell Zachary. He does the rest. Auburn leading 23-6. They win it by 10. Likely to be ranked this week, now 5-0. Now to John Saunders for this big Saturday.
Matt, thanks a lot. As we continue on the Ford wrap-up, we turn to the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, a team everyone liked to get to a BCS Bowl at the start of the season. They have not played like a BCS team, yet they are winning. Looking to go to 4-1. It took overtime against Washington. Robert Hughes from a yard out gives the Irish the lead, and then the defense takes over, shutting down Jake Locker.
Almost 1,000 yards of total offense in this game, but when Notre Dame needed this stop, they came up with it on the final play.
UCLA unbeaten overall. Stanford unbeaten in the Pac-10. Jim Harbaugh's squad has looked good early. Andrew Luck hands off to Toby Gerhardt, 10 yards, 10 of his 134.
Great power running by Gerhardt. It was his 3rd multi-touchdown game of the season.
Michigan had yet to lose, but this is their first road game of the season. Facing Michigan State, Mark D'Antonio. Tate Forcier with heroics to get the game tied, send it to overtime. Larry Caper, though, is the final hero.
Michigan came into the game leading the Big Ten in rushing yards, but give Michigan State's defense tons of credit. They held the Wolverines to only 28 yards on the ground.
LSU against Georgia, big one in the SEC for Les Miles. Knows he's got Florida next week. He's down with under a minute left until Charles Scott busts this one up the middle.
Charles Scott got off to a slow start this year, had not had a rushing touchdown until this game. 2 late Scott scores was the difference for LSU.
So it sets up the huge one next week in the SEC. Number 4 LSU against number 1 Florida. The game is being played at LSU. Tim Tebow coming off a concussion. If he's not able to go, can they win?
Well, that's the question, because LSU right now, 32 straight home night wins. A lot of people wonder what this Florida offense will look like with or without Tim Tebow. Assuming he's ready to go, you have to remember, Florida averaging 308 yards a game on the ground right now. That's second best in the country. Tim Tebow's such a big part of that offense. Do they risk letting him carry the football and risk him getting hurt again? If Jonathan Brantley has to go in this game and all of a sudden this offense looks so much more like the 2006 national title offense, more conventional running plays, and they throw the football. Big questions in Gainesville right now.
All right, for Jesse Palmer, I'm John Saunders. This has been the Ford Wrap-Up.
There are engines, and then there's the twin turbocharging, 365 horsepower generating EcoBoost engine, and the all-new Taurus Show from Ford that has the thirst of a V6 with the thrust of a V8. We speak car. We speak innovation. Introducing the all-new Taurus Show from Ford. Drive one.
You can talk to me about anything.
How many men have you slept with?
8
ABC Comedy Wednesday is officially the #1 new night for comedy. And at 9/8 Central, Modern Family is the fall's best. But don't take our word for it.
Let's do it!
Ask anyone who's seen it. ABC's Modern Family.
I just want you to know I'm sorry. It feels so right.
All new Wednesday, 9/8 Central. Laugh with all of America on ABC Comedy Wednesday.
Blackouts changed everything.
ABC Thursday at 8/7 Central. The entire world has seen a vision of their own future.
Can I tell you about what I saw?
But why?
The former Nazi knows why the blackouts lasted exactly 137 seconds.
Television's most talked about new drama is ABC's Flash Forward. And the ride is only just beginning.
Start talking.
ABC's Flash Forward. All new Thursday at 8/7 Central on ABC. Watch live with the world.
That is one good-looking pie, my friend.
Frozen dough patties?
Ooh, I'll sign. Come on, you don't think I'd serve these, do you? You know we roll our own dough fresh here. I'll show you what these babies are for.
Oh!
Never frozen, never preformed. We insist on hand-rolling our dough fresh daily. Round Table, the last honest pizza.
I thought it was crazy feeding in the fall. I always feed in the fall, but it's the best time.
Feed your lawn in the fall.
The fall feeding makes all the difference in the world. What the fall feeding does is build the roots.
That's when the roots sort of want nutrition.
I give my lawn Scott's Winter Garden. It's like a root-building machine. It builds your lawn from the roots up. Next year, you get this. The stronger the roots, the stronger the lawn, all year long.
The best time to feed is when it'll do the most good.
There's no substitute for the fall feeding, trust me. It is the best thing you could do for your lawn. I use Scott's Winter Guard.
With Comcast, you get the most live sports anywhere. And when you order a qualified plan, we'll give you $150 cash back. Get the best HD picture quality and an all-star lineup of sports programming, including NFL Red Zone. Well, you'll catch every touchdown from every game every Sunday afternoon. Plus high-speed internet with 3,500 more live games on ESPN360.com with Comcast.net. With so much sports, you're going to need a bigger couch. Get the most live sports and $150 cash back. Hurry, offer ends October 11th.
Watch Friday Night Football Friday on News 10 at 11.
You're invited to the Royal Celebration. Disney on Ice presents Princess Classics. It's the 7 most enchanting stories of all time, live in your hometown. Celebrate the romance, fun, and adventure.
You're invited to keep watching News 10 for details on how to enter for a chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to a select performance of Disney on Ice presents Princess Classics.
Let the happy endings begin.
Experience the Royal Fanfare at Arco Arena October 28th through November 1st.
We now join our regularly scheduled programming already in progress.
What happens to tourists who get lost in Ireland? Well, Lynn McKenna-Frazier from Fort Wayne, Indiana knows. What happens to tourists who get lost?
You find a pub that's out in the middle of nowhere whose owner tells you that all his customers are lost.
Uh-huh. How long did you spend there?
Not very long. I had my 2 daughters, one of whom was below the legal age in Ireland at that time, so...
Well, the Irish are friendly people.
We had a wonderful time there.
I'm sure you did, yes. Trevor Janes from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. I'm very familiar with that city. I went to university there and boarding school. Your mother did something that might cause a person to hate their mother for a while.
She sold me a stolen car.
Is she the one who stole it?
Well, in her defense, none of us knew it was stolen until later it became stolen from me, and then my insurance company discovered it.
Aha! Everything got resolved? No problem?
Eventually.
Eventually. How long?
I never got the car back.
Never?
No, I got the money.
Okay, good. Matt Kolstad is our champion. He's a graduate student who was working in Chicago for a while at an advertising firm and then just decided to quit and go where?
To France to teach English for a year.
And how'd that work out?
Well, it's fantastic. The French school system, they go for 6 weeks and then get a 2-week break. So it works out well for a vagabond like me.
Can you make money doing that?
I spent it all on travel.
Oh.
Pretty much immediately.
Okay. All right, Lynn has command of the board. And she selects right now and tries to take over first place. Can she do it?
I ran for Prez in 2008 for 200, please.
Once considered a front runner, this New Yorker withdrew from the race on June 7th, 2008. Lynn.
Who is Hillary Rodham Clinton?
You're right. You're tied for the lead.
Prez for 400.
Once considered a front runner, this New Yorker withdrew from the race in January of 2008. Matt.
Who's Giuliani?
Rudy Giuliani, yes.
Prez 600.
This Law and Order Tennessean didn't go all the way, but he's got a nifty acting career to fall back on. Matt.
Who's Thompson?
Fred Thompson, yes.
2008 for 800.
Born in Michigan, he spent millions of his own money on his bid, but only made it to February 7th. Lynn.
Who is Mitt Romney?
Correct.
And Prez for 1,000, please.
Answer. The Daily Double, which gives you an opportunity now to put some distance between you and Trevor and Matt, because they're tied at 3,400.
1,200, please.
All right, here is the clue. In September of 2008, this representative had his own mini convention at Minneapolis's Target Center and drew 10,000 folks.
Who is Ron Paul?
Ron Paul, of course. Libertarian. 5,400, a $2,000 lead, and 2 categories still up there.
Book reviews by Tarzan.
For how much?
For 200, please.
All right. 2005. It returned to bestseller list after a long time about 1959 Kansas murders. Tarzan horrified, yet can't put book down. Matt.
What is In Cold Blood?
Correct.
Tarzan 400.
3 police states, always war. Plus, English hard enough, but deal with newspeak in this novel. Tough read for Tarzan. Trevor.
What is 1984?
That's it.
600, Tarzan.
McMurphy tries to break torpor of inmates by stage war on authority in this. Tarzan ponder, who truly insane in world? Matt.
What is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Correct.
Tarzan 8.
This 1856 Flaubert novel introduced new element of realism in Western literature. Tarzan shocked by title woman immorality. Matt.
What is Madame Bovary?
That's correct.
Tarzan 1,000.
This 1976 novel, Manuel Puig write, published as El Beso de la Mujer Araña. Wait, Tarzan speaks Spanish? Matt.
What is Kiss of the Spider Woman?
Correct.
Sex in the City 200.
I can't believe I did that. Female, born 1965, moved to New York City 1977, starred as Carrie on some TV show, 1998 to 2004. Trevor.
Who is Sarah Jessica Parker?
Correct.
For 400.
Male, born Minneapolis, 1958, not 1999. And give us his name, not that artist stuff or that darn symbol thing. Matt?
Who's Prince?
Yes.
Sex in the City 600.
Male, born Baltimore, 1985, ransacked Athens for gold in 2004, knocked over Beijing in 2008. Matt?
Who's Michael Phelps?
Correct.
Sex in the City 800.
Male, born New York City, 1926. Musically lost vital internal organ in San Francisco, 1962. Matt.
Who's Bob Dylan?
No. Trevor.
Who is Tony Bennett?
Who lost his heart in San Francisco. And now the $1,000 clue. Female, born Melbourne, 1969. Specializes in playing Queen Elizabeth I on film. Matt.
Who's Kate Blanchett?
Kate Blanchett for 1,000. Yes, 7,200. You have the lead now. Trevor, you go first when we come back to start Double Jeopardy. Following this, no more Tarzan.
Jackson Rancheria Casino and Hotel. The moment you hit the casino floor, you feel the energy. 49 table games, 13 poker tables featuring Texas Hold'em, and more than 1,500 slot and video poker machines. Here, you're sure to find your game, along with the most fun and friendliest staff anywhere. Jackson Rancheria now has more mega jackpot winners than any casino in California. Step inside, let your imagination run wild, play Jackson Rancheria style.
I'm a shrimp blogger. I've traveled the globe to find the perfect prawn. So when I found out Taco Bell had Pacific shrimp tacos with 6 succulent marinated shrimp, I had to try one immediately. The new Pacific shrimp taco, only at Taco Bell.
Pizza! I ordered 13 hours ago. Tell me about it, dude. You're hard to find. It's gonna be cold. It's not bad. Besides, you can dunk it in this stuff.
Don't put up with this. Come to Papa Murphy's, where our pizzas are always made fresh. Like our Cowboy Pizza, made with high-quality ingredients like premium pepperoni and Italian sausage. Now get a large for $8.99. Handmade fresh, home-baked great. That's Papa Murphy's.
All right, Trevor, if you are ready, check out these categories, please, in the Double Jeopardy round. We start off with this: annual events, followed by pet projects, scientists as parents, key ingredients, our standard before and after, and finally, it's never too late. Where do we begin?
Let's try It's Never Too Late for 400.
He waited till 62 to start licking fingers at the first of his chicken franchises. Matt.
Who's Colonel Sanders?
Correct.
Too late, 800?
After arthritis made her quit embroidery, she took up painting in her 70s and had her first one-woman show at 80. Matt.
Who's Grandma Moses?
That's right.
Too late, 1200?
Her first novel, Little House in the Big Woods, didn't appear until she was 65. Lynn?
Who is Laura Ingalls Wilder?
Yes.
Too late, 1600.
Answer there, the Daily Double. Well, now, Lynn.
1400, please.
Okay, that'll put you very close to the lead, if you're right. According to him, this guy didn't publish the first of his books on games until the age of 70.
Who is...
Hurry.
Roberts?
No.
It's
According to Hoyle. According to Hoyle, Edmund Hoyle. You didn't lose that much. You're still in second place. Select again.
Never too late, 2000.
Richard Adams was 52 when he hopped into prominence with this smash bestseller, his first novel. Matt?
What is Watership Down?
Correct.
Annual events, 400?
In Spain, December 6 commemorates the signing of this in 1978, 191 years after the United States.
Matt?
What is the Constitution?
Yes.
Annual events, 800?
Sarah?
Here in Belgium, July 21st is a celebration of the enthronement of the newly independent nation's first king, who reigned as this the first.
Lynn?
Who is Leopold?
Right.
Annual events, 1200.
Sarah?
If you're here in Denmark on April 16th, raise a toast to the annual celebration of this queen's birthday.
Matt?
Who is Beatrice?
No. Trevor?
Who is Marguerite?
Margrethe, yes.
Annual event, 1600, please.
Jimmy?
This date in 1945 is still observed in France each year to celebrate victory and liberation.
And that is May 8th, VE Day. Trevor, back to you.
Let's try scientists as parents for 400.
Behave, or I'll turn this car around right now. This many degrees, half a circle. Don't think I won't. Lynn?
What is 180?
Yes.
Scientists as parents for 800.
If you sit that close to the TV and burn this eye part that receives images from the lens, don't come running to me. Trevor?
What is the retina?
Retina is right.
Scientists for 1200.
Answer. The other Daily Double. Well, now your chance to get close to Matt's lead.
3000, please.
It'll do it if you're right. When you have daughters of your own with this chromosomal letter pair, you'll understand.
What is XX?
XX is right, yes. And the lead is yours. Go again.
Scientist 1600.
Keep making that face and it'll freeze that way. Absolute zero, mister. On this scale named for a British scientist. Matt.
What is Kelvin?
Kelvin is right.
Scientist 2000.
Why is this and not oxygen the most abundant element in the Earth's atmosphere? Because I said so. Matt?
What is nitrogen?
Nitrogen. Good.
Annual events 2000.
Kelly?
The running of the bulls is part of this July fiesta, honoring a priest born here in Pamplona, the patron saint of the city.
Matt?
Who is San Fermin?
San Fermin, yes.
Before and after 400.
Star of the Bourne Supremacy, who penned Guys and Dolls. Matt?
Who is Matt Damon Runyon?
Right.
Before and after 800.
Weight loss program that was the star of TV's Coach and the voice of Mr. Incredible in The Incredibles. Who is Jenny Craig T. Nelson? Matt?
Before and after 12.
Sir Duke Singer, who's a Michael Chabon novel about a professor and his student, a budding writer? Who is Stevie Wonder Boys? Matt, back to you.
Before and after 1600?
British gal singer of Bleeding Love who wrote Alice in Wonderland. Trevor.
Who is Donna Lewis Carroll?
No. Matt or Lynn? Who is Leona Lewis Carroll? Matt, go again.
Finish the category, mercifully, for 2000.
John Reed witnesses the Russian Revolution with John Irving's characters, Jenny Fields and her son, T.S. And that is 10 Days That Shook the World According to Garp. All right, we're done with that, Matt. You're happy, I know.
Could I have key ingredients for 400, please?
Bean sauce, an essential ingredient in Chinese cooking, is usually made from these beans. Lynn.
What are soybeans?
That's it.
Key ingredients, 800.
This brewed beverage is a traditional ingredient in red-eye gravy. Lynn.
What is beer?
No. Matt or Trevor? Coffee. Coffee. Sorry, Matt, not quickly enough. Lynn goes again, though.
Key ingredients, 1200.
The two main ingredients in the Greek sauce tzatziki are cucumber and this base. Matt.
What is yogurt?
Yogurt, yes.
Key ingredients, 1600.
In roll mops, this Scandinavian staple fish is wrapped around a piece of pickle or onion and marinated. Lynn.
What is herring?
Yes.
Key ingredients, 2000.
Béarnaise sauce largely gets its flavor from this herb whose name is from the Greek for dragon. Trevor.
What is tarragon?
Tarragon for 2000, right.
Pet projects, 400.
Robert Redford, the blank whisperer. Lynn.
What is horse?
Yes.
800.
Peter Sellers, the blank that roared. Matt.
What is lion?
No. Trevor.
What is mouse?
Mouse, yes.
1200.
Burt Reynolds, the man who loved blank dancing. Lynn.
What is cat?
Cat, yes.
1600.
Divine, pink blank. Trevor.
What is flamingos?
Yes, and now the last clue. Matt Dillon, albino blank. Matt.
What is alligator?
Alligator, right. And you wind up with an even 18,000. Still anyone's game, though. Trevor and Lynn, well positioned to make a move in Final Jeopardy, depending on their wagers, and they'll make that based on what they feel they know about this subject. Plays of the 1980s. Clue coming up.
That is one good-looking pie, my friend.
Frozen dough patties?
Ooh, I'll sign. Come on, you don't think I'd serve these, do you? You know we roll our own dough fresh here. I'll show you what these babies are for.
Oh!
Never frozen, never preformed. We insist on hand-rolling our dough fresh daily. Round Table, the last honest pizza.
With Comcast, you get the most live sports anywhere. And when you order a qualified plan, we'll give you $150 cash back. Get the best HD picture quality and an all-star lineup of sports programming, including NFL Red Zone. Well, you'll catch every touchdown from every game every Sunday afternoon. Plus high-speed internet with 3,500 more live games on ESPN360.com with Comcast.net. With so much sports, you're going to need a bigger couch. Get the most live sports and $150 cash back. Hurry, offer ends October 11th.
If your home needs new windows, but you don't have the foggiest clue on how to choose a reputable window company, call for this free guide. The 3 things every reputable window company must show you before you give them your money. It contains essential information you need to make the right choice. It's why I chose Halls for my new windows. I had a fabulous experience. It's why I strongly recommend Halls.
Save $150 on each window at Halls. Save even more with the government's $1,500 cash credit. Sale ends October 31st.
The Jeopardy! Clue Crew was hosted by Lindblad Expeditions, a pioneering expedition travel company dedicated to exploration and conservation. Lindblad's fleet of 7 small ships, including the new National Geographic Explorer, has taken people to the remote and pristine corners of the world for more than 50 years. Visit expeditions.com to start your expedition today.
You're invited to the Royal Celebration. Disney on Ice presents Princess Classics. It's the 7 most enchanting stories of all time, live in your hometown. Celebrate the romance, fun, and adventure.
You're invited to keep watching News 10 for details on how to enter for a chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to a select performance of Disney on Ice presents Princess Classics.
Let the happy endings begin.
Experience the Royal Fanfare at Arco Arena October 28th through November 1st.
Bet you goofy-looking fellas would like to try some of my new Sweet Fire Chicken from Panda Express with its delicious sweet and fiery sauce. But it wasn't made for gentle giants.
You mess with the pandas, we bust your chopsticks.
New Sweet Fire Chicken Breast. Crispy all-white meat, wok-tossed in a sweet and fiery sauce. It's an exotic fusion of flavors, only at Panda Express.
Did you know that 75% of growing kids don't get the recommended amounts of calcium and vitamin D? That's where their favorite cereals like Trix and Lucky Charms can help. General Mills Big G is the only leading line of kids cereals that has both calcium and vitamin D in every box. Check for this banner on the cereals they already love, like Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Cocoa Puffs. Help them get more of what they need with General Mills Kids cereals.
Jeopardy.com keeps you connected to your favorite game. Follow the adventures of the Jeopardy Clue Crew. Click on the screening room to find all their latest video clues. You'll find it all at Jeopardy.com.
Good subject. Plays of the 1980s. And here's the clue. This Pulitzer Prize-winning play was inspired by the writer's own experiences selling real estate in Chicago. 30 seconds. Good luck. Lynn, we're going to start with you. What did you write down? Let's take a look. What is? Oh boy. What is it?
Red Mary. It's wrong, I know.
Oh, well, you're wrong. You're right. $3,500 is what it costs you. That drops you down to $5,700. Let's go to the middle now. Trevor Janes, he had $12,600. He wrote down, what is Glengarry Glen Ross? And you are right. And you will add $6,000. You are now in the lead by $600 as we come to our champion, Matt. Did he come up with Glengarry Glen Ross? He did. And his wager, $7,200. Hey, a big payday today, $25,201. And now a three-day total of $49,801. Congratulations, young man. We'll see you tomorrow. And you as well, we hope. Thank you.
Promotional consideration provided by...
Itchy dry scalp? Finally, there's new Selsun Blue Itchy Dry Scalp. Strong itch fighters plus 5 moisturizers stop the itch. Leave hair healthy. Selsun Blue.
Got a clue? Get the blue.
Millions of pet owners trust 1-800-PET-MEDS for fast service, free shipping, and big savings. Call now or order online from 1-800-PET-MEDS, America's largest pet pharmacy.
Sensitive skin runs in the family.
Oh, yeah.
Gold Bond Ultimate Soothing Fragrance-Free Lotion soothes and calms irritation. Fragrance-free Gold Bond Ultimate Soothing.
This stuff really works.
Itchy dry scalp? Finally, there's new Selsun Blue Itchy Dry Scalp. Strong itch fighters plus 5 moisturizers stop the itch. Leave hair healthy. Selsun Blue.
Got a clue? Get the blue.
Play Jeopardy on your iPhone and iPod Touch. Sign in. Play the game. Risk it all in Final Jeopardy. Search Jeopardy on the App Store and iTunes.
It is Drive Without a Cell Phone Distraction Week. What's the craziest thing you've ever done behind the wheel or seen behind the wheel? Join the conversation on News 10 Good Morning.
Now's the time to invest in lumber, in rubber, in bellies, and precious metals. It's time to put everything you have into your 10K, your 5K, and even your 1K. And of course, you can never go wrong with futures. Kaiser Permanente. Thrive.
Want the best for even less? Sleep Train's bestseller sale is on now. Get the lowest prices of the year on Sleep Train's best-selling Simmons Beauty Rest models, our most popular Sealy Posturepedic sets, and the top-selling Vera Wang bed by Serta. Don't let a better night's sleep pass you by. Hop on board Sleep Train's bestseller sale on now. Superior service, best selection, lowest price, guaranteed.
Sleep Train, your ticket to a better night's sleep.
Times are tough.